Morning, everyone. Kotresh, please allow them to interact in case if you need to give video permissions. Hello, all. Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, good morning and welcome to the session. I think we are just waiting for a few more folks to join in. I can see about close to 70 registrations for this as I last see last night about 11 o'clock. So I'm wondering if people have a problem in finding the link. Meanwhile, if those of you who have joined, I can see Abhijit, Harshil, Jayashri, Parthiv. I have seen the questions some of you have written, and some of them are not relevant in this. And I can see Abhijit, you asking the question on prioritization in today's session. So, but if you have any quick observations on session expectations, please quickly introduce and you can say so. This is an interactive session. This is going to go for 90 minutes. We are going to do a deep dive on the product market fit. So as we have the rest of the audience joining in, over to you if you have any observations, questions, session expectations.
Hey, hi, sir.
Hi.
Good morning. The couple of things that I probably would be looking forward to in terms of the product market fit are like moving from an organization, and just give you some background. Like we are a growth phase startup wherein we are a product centric organization moving towards a market centric kind of objectives. So how that transition would happen, and where exactly the product leader or a software product manager fits into all that transitioning journey of an organization.
So when you say transition, can you be a little more detail on the transition?
So what I mean is, we started off with a few objectives in terms of, we want to be fast and agile. We need to have the best information, kind of a technology and architecture in place for our products. Would be some differentiating features that we need to inculcate inside a product, but we miss the part in terms of, or we probably haven't gone deep into what market is expecting as a large. I mean, we have some early customers, beta customers with us, and most of our product enhancements or kind of activities around that are driven by those customers. So how you look beyond your existing customer base, looking at the bigger market, what that opportunity is, uh, and get that inside the product building exercises as well.
Perfect. You are in the right workshop then. This is what it is going to address.
Excellent.
Harshil, Gaurav, Jayashri, anything from you? You can all come on video. It's fine. I normally take classes for 75 students, and all of them collectively come together on video. So choose to be on video. At least for this session, it is interactive. Harshil, can you hear me? You need to mute yourself. Sorry, unmute yourself. I can see you have unmuted. And if you want, you can switch the video as well.
There might be some network thing.
Looks like because based on the registration data, there are, as I said, close to 70 folks. What is message? Having some issues with audio. That's what Harshil says. While he's trying it out, sorting it out, Gaurav, how about you or Jayashree? So when is your session, Abhijit?
Mine is 2:40
Today?
afternoon today. Yeah. So
Okay,
we got the other slot,
good. That's
last
good.
slot. Yeah.
What are you going to speak on?
Oh no, so you're talking about the
No, not the awards part. Your
okay.
own.
So that is tomorrow, and I'll be talking about the layered product roadmap powered by the effective or structured requirements engineering management. So mostly
Okay,
like the product planning category.
good. Hi, Harvinder.
Hi, hi, Hara.
So since people have some issues figuring it out, how to come into the Zoom, we're waiting for a few more minutes. Um, Meanwhile, let me just check. Kotresh, if you are there, can you see how many people are there on the YouTube link, please? Maybe people have logged into that, which I'm not able to see. Maybe.
Yes, sir. I'll check, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Now I can see people joining in. These multiple tracks is always
Only two people are watching YouTube streaming.
okay. That's fine. So what you could do, message Kotresh, is in case if they want to be interactive, and which is what this workshop is going to be, they can come on to the Zoom link itself.
Okay, sir.
So what we are going to do is we're going to have a quick poll on what the composition of the audience is and what are, because this topic can be interpreted in different contexts, from a product point of view, from an entrepreneur.
Did we lose him?
Yeah, I mean, Professor lost his connectivity. I mean, he may join soon.
Okay.
Yeah. Hello, sir.
Abhijit, can you see my screen share?
No, sir. I'm not. I mean, it is not.
Okay. So let me share again. I had some issue. Looks like with the screen share. Can you see now?
No, sir.
No.
Still no?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay, I'll share my entire desktop so that you should be able to see now. How about it now?
No, sir.
Can you see the screen share now?
No, sir. We can't.
No, yes.
I think, Kotesh,
Yes, sir.
I believe there are some network issues.
Yeah.
Hey, is there someone from I am helping Professor Hara to reconnect?
Yeah. I mean, we are talking to the professor now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah. So this is for the workshop, right?
Yeah. I mean, this is for the workshop. I mean, a professor. I mean, we lost professor, so professor is having some connectivity issue. It seems he'll join
Oh,
back. Yeah. Hello. Hello. Hello, am I audible now?
Yeah, you are.
Yeah. I mean, professor said me to launch some polls. I'll be doing that now. Please, I mean, answer to these poll questions.
Okay.
Okay, so here I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so let me attempt one more time. Kotesh, could you share the screen?
Yes, sir. I'll be sharing now.
Yeah. Have you put the polls on, Kotesh?
Yes, sir. All 3 poll questions are done, sir.
Okay. So what are the poll looking like? I'm not able to see here. Okay. So director, VP, 50% new to product, managers, 17% new product, and 30. Okay. This is good. This is the audience. And second question, do we have product product market fit issues, Kotrish? Currently, yes, we had, but challenged, already addressed, and not applicable 60%. So they haven't experienced that. And the third one, all right, so what wonderful, 100% of audience saying that product market fit issues are universal, both for startups as well as the large enterprise established product companies. So let me quickly, Kotesh, can you show the screen? Kotesh?
Yes, sir. I shared the screen, sir, now.
Okay, good. So go to the next slide, put it in screen mode, display mode, presentation mode, whatever you call. Okay, so quick introduction. You already are aware. Go to the previous slide. Yes. I teach product management. I am Bangalore. I've had previous experience of running product companies before, and I'm also on the board of ISPMA, which is the not-for-profit body, industry body of software product management expertise. Just to set the context, of course, this audience seems to be very well clued in into product management. Majority of you are senior pros and seasoned product managers, so I don't need to give the definition of product management. But suffice to say that we are talking about the product market fit in the context of software products. And so the lens which we would be seeing through is not so much from an investor point of view, or for that matter, even a startup which is looking at raising funds or proving the product market fit. So we would look at the product market fit in this session, a deep dive session, from a product management point of view, and how product management can help the process of finding and retaining the product market fit. Next slide. So to set the context, here you see some data where this is from CB Insights, not very old, but suffice to say that a big reason for the startups, and I would actually, I extrapolated that to even the products as well, because you will know at the end of the session why, is because these startups or these products were being built for somebody who never needed one. So, which is a staggering number, which is close to 40+% of the products were never needed by market. But why do people build? And if it is so obvious that market is not needing, why do they build? And what is that we could do out of the products which we are all looking at, either as directly which we're working with, or we are going to build, or we are consulting. Are we really seeing that is this product or the startup which we're looking at is going to be one of these statistics? So that is the reason why the product market fit, like Professor Rishi talking about in the morning, It is imperative for every business to be profitable and for all the stakeholders. And if you have to do that, we need to really address this whole concept of how can I align my product to the market, or how do I really address this product market fit issue. When you go online literature as well as research, as well as lots of best practices sessions, videos, blogs, etc. A majority of them are focused on largely on the startup context, wherein here is a new startup in an entry level or early stage startup. How are they really getting this product market fit? What we are going to discuss today is, as I said, a broader context to the product market fit. And then we will see through some of the examples and some of the definitions which various industry veterans have given. And what in this session we will also accomplish is look at a couple of frameworks from management science and build the whole idea of product market fit. How do you really do it in a structured way in my own product? So at the end of this session, if you are able to take back a concept or two, not too much of clutter on the product management, product market fit, but a concept or two or a framework or two in terms of getting this product market fit. Next slide, please. So as I said, there is a lot of literature on the net as well as in the research world. Kotesh, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here, sir.
Yeah, next slide. Okay, so Paul Graham is a well-known leader in the Valley and globally known for the YC, the Y Combinator, which has been so successful in incubating and accelerating many excellent products all over the world and the startups all over the world. So what he calls, and of course I've given the links as well, you know, at the end of this session, I'm going to share this presentation with you. You can read up the blogs and essays. Product market fit is when you build something people want. That's what Paul Graham talks about. And in fact, I was watching an interesting video by a gentleman called David Rusenko, you know, so who was the founder of Weebly, which got acquired. So wherein he talks about actually adding the italics, a lot of people want. That means the first and foremost thing for a product is that there should be somebody in the market who is interested in using that product. Go to the next slide. Here is another definition by another industry leader. This is Andreessen, Mark Andreessen, which actually he goes one step further and says, the only thing that matters is the market. In fact, I want to read the verbatim what he says, which is very interesting. You can always feel the product market fit or the lack of it when it is happening. The customers are buying the product just as fast as you can make it. Our usage is growing just as fast as you can add more servers, and money from customers is piling up in your company checking account. And I'm sure the opposite also is true when the product market fit is not happening. You are dressed up to go nowhere, and you're chasing for those mythical customers who would want to use the product, etc. So I think the key message coming out, and you know, I can go on with one or two more quotes. Go to the next slide. The key message coming in from each of these industry veterans is it is not enough to create a fabulous product, but essentially see where the market is. In fact, we have In the polls, some of you indicated, and Abhijit, just at the beginning of the session, he was talking about they are in the process at Tango Medley to find the larger market for the product. So how do we really do this? And in fact, this is another favorite of mine. In fact, since we lost a bit of time, I'm not going to play the video, but I will give you the link to the video by Andy Ratcliffe. Andy is the founder of a successful robo advisory in the US called Wealthfront. And Andy also teaches, interestingly, an elective in GBS, the Graduate Business School of Stanford, on product market fit as an adjunct, like I do in IIM Bangalore. And one thing very interesting, what he talks about is a value hypothesis. And I'm going to bring in, we are going to demystify each of these words like value, etc. Because this is a deep dive session and we are not leaving anything for imagination. So what is a value hypothesis? A value hypothesis answers why a customer is going to use your product. Why does she need your product? A value hypothesis is an attempt to articulate the key assumption that underlies why a customer is likely to use your product. So let me pause here and let's take a quick poll on each one of us in our own personal lives liked one or the other digital products, right? Whether it is a Spotify, whether it is a Zoom, whether it is whatever it is. So let us just think about your most admired digital product till date. Okay? And let us understand a quick answer on what is the value hypothesis for you? Why do you use this product? Anyone who wants to go first? Arvinder, Abhijit, let me see who else are there.
I can go.
Yeah, please.
So there are few digital products and apps which I generally use, like Spotify and LinkedIn, and a couple of them are on that category. But to pick just one, I'll pick LinkedIn, and the value hypothesis could be like you're maintaining a community of like-minded individuals, which ideally you can follow them, you can work with them, you can network with them in terms of adding a lot of knowledge base to your career, to your growth. And that could be their value hypothesis. Ideally, I mean, they started off with recruitment portal kind of a thing, but ideally the way I use it is not from that perspective. I use it from the networking and the growth, knowledge growth perspective.
Okay, that's interesting. So we'll come back to the LinkedIn. Actually, if we have time, I will try and do a case study on a value add product on LinkedIn. Let's see if we do not, then, well, you are in a conference being hosted by B School, so you can always take it as an assignment and we can do a little later. So anybody else, other than one is the LinkedIn. And of course, I'm going to come back to Abhijit on more questions on LinkedIn and value hypothesis. Anybody else? Any consumer product, any B2B product?
Yeah, this is Vinu here. I have one which is a little bit different. Recently, we've all been using things like Outlook for email, and specifically the Outlook, they added a new feature called Insights, and which started telling us our own pattern, the usage patterns, and sort of coming up with suggestions saying you should block time like this, and so that you can actually get things done, and you have collaborated with so many people, or you have not replied to this person who you asked for this information and things like that. So the value I see is that just helping managing your day better and just being efficient and getting actual stuff done and freeing up time.
You know what? I have one of my students working on the MS Analytics. She would be super thrilled to hear about, in fact, they were doing as part of my course this project. Very interesting video. How you see. That's a good example of a B2B2C wherein you're looking at a feature level, the market fit for at least at a consumer level to begin with at this point. Anybody else?
Sir, so probably I just want to go with one example here. I'm Sirisha.
Hi, Sirisha.
So one tool, I mean, I think on the similar lines of the staff management or the productivity. So there is a tool called Asana.
Sirisha, you are on speaker, so you're not very clear.
Okay. So so can you hear me, sir?
Yes.
Okay. So what I was saying, a tool called Asana. So that's
It's called.
The reason why I use that tool is to manage my tasks, and so that I can just, because I used to use Excel sheet, but that used to be very unorganized, and it's a bit complex to track my tasks, whatever needs to be done to do tasks, and so that I can plan my activities. But then I switched to this tool called Asana. There is a free version as well. So simply, I mean, whatever comes to my day or whatever the task comes on my time, so I'll just note it down and then I'll just see the due date. Also, it actually show me, per day, what are the tasks to be done on that day, and so that I can plan easily. So that's
Got it. So it's a tracker, and there are tons of trackers in the industry. Ever since I joined the IT industry, and I'm really excited that we have one more example of that. Okay, that's good. And one we talked about when we said the value, how this product is making life easier for the consumer. Now, my subsequent questions, I'm not going to ask now, but to Vinu, Abhijit, and Sirisha, and of course, rest of you, please pitch in, is at what stage this product ceases to be of value to you, right? So one way of looking at is, okay, the price is one element, right? So you are using LinkedIn. Now you are using it free, certain features. And if I price it $10 a month, would you stop using? $20 a month, would you stop using? Or let's say if I really put certain set of features work on, let's say, a MacBook only, would you stop? So we need to really look at the value hypothesis into more fine grain in terms of, is it an absolute one or is it a conditional one? And of course, we are going to do it, some of the tools which I talked about on the value hypothesis part. Second is the growth hypothesis, how we are going to scale your customer base. There again, we are going to see certain frameworks, how you could look at the growth hypothesis. So the frameworks which I'm going to teach today are only primarily to assess the value hypothesis and growth hypothesis, and through that, establish a market product fit. Okay, next screen, Kotrish. Okay, so when we talk about the value, so this is again a usual jargon. It goes around in many ways. So at least a product value, I would like you to have a clear definition in your own minds, means it brings in a certain amount of benefits, a set of benefits, either for a consumer or for a B2B in a business context, whether the benefit could be money, convenience, pride, effort saved, money saved, whatever. And in using that, I spend certain amount of money, time, or if it is free, the anxiety of that being available when I need it most, or maybe the effort of doing in a roundabout way if I don't pay the premium part, right? So the benefit minus the associated cost is your value. And the value is not universal. It can be absolute, it can be relative. It is a real value or it is a perceived value. It can be diminishing or a declining value. And value of habit is another important one. How you find when you are, particularly if you are a startup, if you are trying to replace an existing incumbent, the value of habit also is very important. That's where you talk about the stickiness, right? So Just keep that in the back of your mind whenever we are talking about product value. It is the benefit minus associated cost, and it can be all these in terms of absolute or relative. Right. Feel free to ask question voiceover rather than type in the chat, because when I'm presenting, I'm not checking the chat messages. So let me quickly deep dive into a couple of frameworks which you all may be familiar with, but still how to use in the product market fit context for value hypothesis and the growth hypothesis. Next screen. Okay, so the first one is SPM framework. This is the ISPMA framework, which gives a 360-degree view of the entire product management part, wherein you are looking at right from the strategic management all the way to the support. So this is the universal context wherein we are looking at within the product management part, but I'm not really going to cover all these. And of course, there is another workshop where Hansmond is going to do this. But some elements of what we are discussing are covered in this SPM syllabus. Next screen. Yeah, so how many of you are not familiar with business model canvas? Anyone who is not familiar with business model canvas? Okay, so you all are familiar with the business model canvas. Essentially, can somebody quickly describe what a business model canvas is in one or two sentences then? Because we are going to use that in this session.
It's a model to analyze, given an idea that we are working on, given a problem that we are trying to solve in the market. Are we aware of all these different areas, so that in one sheet of paper we have the entire broad perspective or understanding.
Okay. Okay, broadly connected. Next slide. So essentially, these are three elements, and typically you would have seen this since you are all practicing product managers. The Venn diagram of feasibility, desirability, and viability, and the intersection of all the three is the product market fit. Okay, so that means what I create something which is desired by market, and to create the product, it is feasible with whatever are the available technologies and means. And to create that, I have sufficient viability. Viability is not just the cash, but making sure that I'm able to deliver within the what market is ready to pay price for that, minus that. Like I learned this from my own mentor, where he says that revenue minus profit is cost. That means what, no matter whatever you are doing, you should start with the profit upfront, and then you have to work within what cost you have to deliver that. So that is what the viability all about. Next slide. So you all are aware of the lean canvas. Go to the next slide. Next, please. I added slides just in case if somebody is not familiar with business model canvas, but looks like this audience is fairly familiar. Yeah, keep it on this, Kotresh. So here is another adaptation of the business model canvas, which was originally, proponent of this is Alex Osterwalder. He also runs a consulting firm called Strategizer out of Switzerland. And this is by a professor called Ash Maurya down south in the US. He said that some parts of the business model canvas, the 9 boxes, some of them are not applicable for startups, wherein they do not already have existing partners, etc. So that's where he proposed the lean canvas, wherein we are talking about the problem to start with. What problem are we solving? If you are a newbie in the market, if you are a startup, and who in the market have that problem, and where do you get the customer zero in that? And then come to the unique value proposition. And then if you have to really challenge the incumbents, you should have something of a moat or an unfair advantage which you can challenge with. And that is how you're looking at the left-hand side of the lean canvas, the product part of it, and the right-hand side of it is the market side of it, wherein I am saying that I know these many people in this segment of customers have this specific problem. And for that, I address that through this solution or these features. And in addressing that, my proposition, we are going to define what is value proposition. As I said, we are not going to leave any of the terminology for imagination. This is what unique in my solution, which provides the value to my customer segments, target segments. And considering I'm new, I have to challenge the existing one, as well as I should not be gobbled up because I'm still a newbie. I should have some kind of a moat for the next year or two before I create compelling market share to sustain me. It could be, if it is a deep tech product, an IP, or it could be some other even deep pockets, or even market penetration. That's why people really look at customer acquisition in a big way, but build that unfair advantage which really sees me for some time. And then in the process to sell this to the segment of the target segment, what channels do I need? And then afterwards, how do I measure? Because in a business model canvas, the numbers are very simple, because it is for a running business. You have revenue, profit, net promoter score, etc. Whereas here you have, even if they are not vanity metrics, you would have certain lead indicators for in terms of customer acquisition, or even footfalls or clicks, or whatever it is. So still we have not really looked at the framework for the value hypothesis. We'll go to that next slide, please. So as I said, the sequence of how do you fill those value canvas, I gave that. So here is the interesting slide, which actually helps you define your value hypothesis. So you also talked about, you also heard about rather, another phrase called solution problem fit, right? So before the product market fit, what is the solution problem fit? That means, is my solution solving the real problem? So one way of looking at that is by using this value canvas, again by Osterwalder's value proposition design. So it's a very simple graphic. I'm sure some of you are familiar with that, but I would like to really derive the concept of the solution problem fit. What problem, when I say that my product is valuable to the customer, before that, I need to understand the problem, right? How do I understand the problem? In fact, I would have a few slides on what are the do's and don'ts in terms of the customer conversations, etc. But one of the Valley investors I was talking about, he said a very interesting thing, said, whenever a founder talks about, I think I have a challenge, right? When he says or she says that I observe, then I feel a lot more comfortable. So a product is not something which you are thinking of, right? A product which your idea, which you're thinking is, or you're coming up is by observing set of customers or prospective customers. If possible, go to the next level. If you can associate and identify yourself using that product, how do I really connect with this product? That means this is what the jobs to be done. You all heard about Clayton's book. That is simply what the customer is trying to accomplish in his or her life, and what are the challenges he or she is facing, and what are the excitement factors they would emotionally, socially, they would want. And then afterwards, then think of your product or your offering or a solution. How am I addressing each of these, both the pains as pain relievers, as well as the game creators in terms of the emotional needs. We can take example for each of these. For example, if you really go to Abhijit's LinkedIn case, so he started about what started as a simple hiring or matching portal has become a bragging portal. People want to showcase their wares and their certifications and their thought leadership and their network and various other things. It's no longer what you would have started that, okay, I need a job, let me go and find one. Rather, you're looking at that being your sole database of your, what you say, the Rolodex, or even your own blog post, whatever is the repository. So here in this is very essential, and this you need to do for each of the customers and customer segments you're doing. That means what? In fact, I'm going to give you a problem while we are at it. That problem, since I talked about the the LinkedIn part. Imagine a case for the next, how much time we have? 11:30. So we have about 45 minutes. You are the founder of a new startup wherein you are trying to build a product for crowdfunding investors, new ideas. That means what? If Abhijit is working for Medley and he wants to be an entrepreneur 1 year down the line, right? He has certain amount of ideas or hypothesis, as we call. Hypothesis is nothing but, like Steve Blank talks about, these are guesses, what some customers need and how do I do that. And for him, he doesn't know who all I need to go and tap. My universe has been all these people who know me and who know me not only today, but for a long time. And they have known my professional skills, my previous work ex, and then afterwards what I accomplished. So these are the most likely set of people who could potentially give me $1,000 note, or $1,000 or $2,000 to get started. So if I have to go crowdsource or crowdfund my idea, this could potentially be one. So this is a product idea. We don't know whether it works or not. So the assignment or the excitement for you is to really go and find a market product fit for this product or the idea. And we could deliberate during towards the end of this session, what are the couple of things you want to do? And then beyond this session, if you want to ideate, I'm always accessible, we could discuss. But start with some kind of a case like this. I deliberately choose a hypothetical example because no single case would have the universal understanding of, let's say, if I take a Tesla, some people wouldn't have been, have read about what Tesla's product software business is about, which is more than $1 billion. Or if I talk about a consumer thing like a Spotify, some people may not be able to. But LinkedIn, I assume all of you are aware and you've been there on that. So I'm creating a hypothetical product around LinkedIn. So is the problem or the product, rather problem, clear? Of course, we can expand as we go. Abhijit, is that clear?
Yeah, so what we're saying is this product would sit on top of LinkedIn and for the crowdfunding kind of a okay.
So what are the pain points currently if suppose somebody like an Abhijit wants to raise crowdfunding for his idea? Abhijit, for since I'm seeing you visually, I'm choosing. All of you are the founders for this startup, let's say. So what is the current pain point for somebody who has a toying with an idea or trying to understand this problem of crowdfunding? Let us say my LinkedIn bolt-on is the solution. This is the cart before the horse. Forget about the LinkedIn for a while. What are the challenges? I don't know who have money and who have an appetite to invest. Second, there is a set of people who have the appetite and money, but they don't know me.
Yeah.
Right? So at least these two are the simple, natural pains that I don't know who are interested, and if I know also, they don't know me, I don't know them. So trying to match an investor and their potential entrepreneur is the basic pain in the current system. So they could go to various crowd funding platforms like Let's Venture or various other things, which are beautiful, very good, and there are many of them. But the issue here is the second part of it. It is not about me knowing them, but how well and how quickly can they know me, because they have their hands full. They look at dozens of proposals or pitches every day. And so why should they invest in understanding me? So can I really look at some people who is already, somebody, my friend who is an NRI, who is sitting in some part of the world, he has or she has certain investable money, she or he can put it into my idea. So what are the potential gains I would look at? If let us say I can get, let us say, a referral from my boss or my past customer, who could really, let's say if Hara wants to invest in that, and if Karthik, Hara doesn't know Abhijit well, but of course he's able to see this, but Hara would like to get from somebody like a Karthik some testimonials from him. Or let's say you are able to put a certain amount of risk premium in terms of what is the potential risk in investing in something. So there could be various gains which you could look at in terms of going further to really make the investor founder decision to happen, right? So which you otherwise would have done over telephone calls, whether you sending the pitch. That means I can even send the pitch through this platform. I could do many things. So those are all your emotional, social things, which you could add. Now, if let us say I were to really look at my solution part, which I'm saying that, okay, LinkedIn has these, and then every potential member on the LinkedIn is either investor or an entrepreneur or a referral or even an ACI, so or an influencer, so to say. So how do I really look at the whole universe? And then afterwards, look at the laundry list of all the investor side needs to be done, what the founder side to be done, the laundry list of works in terms of jobs have done, and I try to put them as features. And here, there is a small box there called whole product. What is the whole product? Whole product is that extension beyond my own product, which actually lends value to solving this problem. That means what? Simply put here, LinkedIn itself is part of the whole product. That means what? I have not, or Abhijit has not authored LinkedIn, but if he is able to get LinkedIn as part of his ecosystem, then he is able to get that as a whole product to really bring in the matching processes, right? So otherwise he has to sit and write all those functionality and get all those customers onboarding 500 million or 600 million users who are there in LinkedIn takes aeons to do that. So that is where you are looking at a lot of those things, putting it into a whole product. Is the case, is the problem and the solution side clear? So you are trying to match the problem and solution at this stage. Next slide. All right. So what we talked about is it is not enough to have a problem solution fit, but essentially this solution should be perceived as well as delivering value to the customer. And it should be delivering to a sigma of customers, many customers like this customer whose problem I'm solving, right? So how do you really look at now that value hypothesis into a growth hypothesis? That is where we invoke the one and only Jeffrey Moore's Crossing the Chasm, which you all might have read in the past. But suffice to say, in this model, it is all visual. You can see this bell curve is very familiar whenever you're bringing in a new thing, whether it is a change in an organization or even launch a new product. So your new products always would have some people who are early adopters. Typically, they say it could be anywhere up to 2.5 to 3% of these enthusiasts and then about 13 to 14% of visionaries. This is again a statistical data based on various startups, etc. And then a big bulk of your market is in the pragmatist category, who are not just excited by the idea of solving the problem, who actually need a tangible solution and which should really suit their pocket as well, right? And who really are happy to really use that and benefit. That means the value expectation between the early adopters and these pragmatists are very different. And then we're talking about a whole bunch of conservatives who are waiting for somebody else to jump in, and then afterwards they can also adopt the product. And the naysayers are the one, okay, my current product, I used to have, like, for example, iPhone 4, until many of the apps do not work on that, I still hold on to it and see, okay, it's working as a phone, so what's my problem? I can use it. So now, this Geoffrey Moore's framework is what we are going to use to address the growth hypothesis part. And some of the folks ask me, what is an MVP? There are various meanings to the MVP people construe. So I thought this again is, let's not leave to imagination. It is the smallest solution that delivers customer value. It is not some prototype. It is not some shabby thing which I clubbed together, some wires sold, not even soldered, put it in some tape, etc. But it is the smallest in terms of my purse, in terms of the time, in terms of the effort, but is delivering the customer value expected, even though the segment of the customers I am addressing could be small, but MVP can be seen again as a first bet in terms of testing or validating the idea, in terms of, look, if I create, even if it is addressing 1/10 or 1/5 or 1/100th of the market, is it really seen as valuable? That means your minimum viable product is not minimum valuable, right? It is the product, means it has to address customer value, but in terms of the effort, time, cost it requires to do should be minimal, right? So, and then we talk about the chasm in terms of, that is where a whole host of a big part of that 42% which we talked about in slide number 1 fall in. What is this chasm, and how do really companies or the products cross the chasm? And then afterwards, bingo, you have the mantra for getting the growth hypothesis as well. Go to the, so just before that, let me also talk about the stages, because this is what we're going to discuss, the 6 phases of the market development. Remember what one of the legends talked about, product market fit, the only reality in the business is market. So we're talking about the market development. The phases are early market, then the chasm. I'm going to explain what bowling alley, tornado, and mainstream are. And then afterwards, we would have knocked that off as well. Go to the next slide, please.
So I
Yes.
have just one question,
Yes.
sir. When you, would this...
Go to the next slide, next after this. I'll come to this later. Yeah. Yeah. Go on, Abhijit.
So would this curve applies, and how well it would be applied to the B2B organizations as well? Because when you think about the market maturity of a B2B versus a B2C is slower, and even the innovation and the cultivating that innovation inside your own product, when you're talking about an enterprise product, is also slow as compared to a B2C.
So one, I used to say this in my treadmill days. There are 2 C's in 1 B. So an enterprise again has certain emotions. There are certain people who are taking decisions to. Only thing is that the buyer and the customer and user is not the same in a B2B context. Otherwise, in terms of the early adopters and the late latifs is same. For example, when in my own past life, when I was doing a B2B product called, for core banking. When I looked at certain countries and I look at the adoption curve, there are sometimes the first financial institution which adopted a core banking solution, not only mine, anybody else's in the recent past, to the latest one, the window could be as much as a decade or decade and a half or even two. Part more pronounced in a B2B context because these segments or the phases are more prominent in that because of their own nature. Even assuming that they are all in the same segment, even then, because of their own legacy, their own disposition, their own previous successes. Sometimes your success is your biggest impediment because anything which is coming in has to fit into that template. Right, so it is pretty obvious that the Jeffrey Moore's chasm is applicable there as well. Have I answered that, Abhijit?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions on as we deep dive into this?
Sir, I have one question.
Yes, Sirisha.
So when we talk about this product market fit, sometimes, after the research, we feel like more than one market is actually can be applicable there. And so we may need to always prioritize which market to go first, right? Or what is the price market? Because sometimes the size of the market also matters when we want to prioritize. Probably when we do this hypothesis and some data analysis, we may not be able to identify whether it's small enough for a beginner, because it may look like a small market initially, but it may actually go to the existing markets as well as a big market. So, do you have any suggestions how to identify those when we wanted to prioritize, when we actually realize that there are multiple markets have the same problem fitting?
A good one. If I understood right, in terms of what is the fungibility of my product across the customer segments and how do I find them, is the issue. Have I understood the question right, Sirisha?
Yeah.
Perfect. So here is in your right-hand side, there are two real markets there I was talking about. Here you see, like for example, if let us look at this way. In fact, any one of these, what is that? Vinu talked about one example for Microsoft Analytics, since we already talked about the LinkedIn. So the MS Analytics or the Outlook Insights, I'm sure Vinu's colleagues, some people hate it. Right, Vinu, have you heard some people not liking it at all in your work?
Yeah, there are chances that sometimes it throws up things that annoy you. Yeah.
Not annoying, those are existential ones.
Yeah.
One of the customers I was talking along with this product manager whom I was coaching is that, look, this is prying on me. When do I take a break? How long do I take a bio break? And it's capturing every little damn detail about my using in this. How often I go back to check my thing, etc. So there are people who are sufficiently demotivated or unexcited about the same feature. Right. So what we are talking about here, to go back to Risha's questions, what is exciting for the early adopters like visionaries and the tech enthusiasts? Those guys, a tech enthusiast is okay with a partially done product. Even if, let us say, all the things, you go back and see the early screens of, for example, I was looking at any of these, whether it is a Facebook, whether it is Stripe, whether it is B2B, just Airbnb is a classic case. The very first one had, you go back to their visual screens, had just a simple mapping of I'm going to be here and do I find some accommodation kind of thing there. So, but people have taken bets on it and say, hey, this is very good. I can really try it out. And whereas a bit of a mainstream customers require a lot more bells and whistles than just the base product. Say, for example, Spotify, I'm a user and I see this, I can say how the Spotify came into prominence is for all those of us who used to really look at various other things like what is the world space, etc. This came in very handy that I could use anywhere, I can get legal music, etc. But there are many people who say that, look, just playing the music alone, I don't need to pay the premium. I can even turn on my radio in the car and I can, get music randomized, etc. What's big deal? But the thing is that by the time you're looking at creating your whatever are the playlists, creating the using your hyper personalization and creating those playlists for you and week wise every Monday refresh, and then afterwards looking at your friends like you and what are they listening and trying to add this playlist. These are what your mainstream guys would like to pay for, not just getting legit music in my car, right? So that is where you need to really look at the segments could be different. And of course, even when you are trying out for the first market, even if the size is not good enough, but if it is giving you that what we call the MVP validation, right? That is good enough for. But what you need to solve the biggest problem is that how do I really address this chasm between the early adopters who are okay with a small set of solutions, but when I'm going into the larger market, which is again important, both of them could be paying customers, but those people want a lot more than the early birds. And how do I do that? So one way of doing it is what you call the anchor customer, who really is in a B2B context, it works. That means what? In each country, when I was going a dozen countries, I used to see an anchor customer and they can be my logo to brandish and say that, yeah, they are using it. Right. So that can have a pull effect. But beyond that, what you need is that you need to definitely solve the needs of those that additional market. So that means what in a Spotify context, in addition to giving the legit music without much storage on my phone and all those hygiene things, but the additional things like your personalization, your socialization of your music choices, etc., that I may not have a product for myself, but I may use somebody else's product as well for that AI ML algorithms and plug it in. That is where the whole product comes. Now, Kotresh, can you go to the previous slide wherein we talked about the bowling alley? So this is what we're talking about. You need not be constrained by your existing capabilities and features. Looking at what else can really bump up my consumption of my product or attractiveness of my product to an adjacent market, that is what you're bringing in. That means a combination of products and services from a platform vendor or other players in the ecosystem. So a bowling alley is nothing but, look, you all played the bowling, right? Which is the pin I hit, what are the adjacent pins which can fall, so that means I know for sure the incremental needs of the extended market or adjacent market. So I'm addressing like a bowling alley. That is what you're looking at. Getting that in a way, it could be a potential, what you say, uh, it's not even totally a pivot, but actually extending your canvas of market and extending your market segment. Sirisha, have I answered your question?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. So now go back to the next slide or the previous slide. Yeah, previous one. The one before that, Kotresh. Yeah. So now you look at the tornado. Actually, this was in Jeffrey Moore wrote this book called Inside the Tornado in 2005, if I remember right. The tornado is what you have at least two classic cases you can relate to. One was when the demonetization happened in India, how the Paytms of the world, they just got sucked up to the numbers, or even Zooms of the world got during the pandemic time. Suddenly, 20 million becomes 200 or 400 million kind of a thing. So what is my readiness? Do I need to wait for a tornado or can I create a tornado? right? So in a way, it is in a way looking at, this is the hockey stick of the growth hypothesis, and how do you really bring it in? And what are those metrics, or what are those characteristics of the product vendor? How do they switch the gears from a product to the market part, is what we are going to see in the next slide. Go to the next slide, please. Next. Yeah. So look, go previous one. Yeah. So product centric, you're talking about fastest product, easiest to use, elegant architecture. Wow, price also is okay. Unique functionality. All this is good. This is Abhijit. Your how do I really get the market part? Now, all these are necessary but not sufficient conditions. Right. So when you get into a market-centric part, then your language, your vernacular is changed to, am I the largest install base? Okay. Can I really look at all the potential third parties? In case if you're looking at what are all the covered entities, am I covering what percentage? What are the third party products, in terms of, in case if it is your context of a medley, etc., how you are looking at various suppliers, drug suppliers, I'm able to put that in. And am I the de facto standard? If there are certain standards in a regulatory environment like your healthcare or even financial services, these were guys like Wealthfront, which we talked about, Andy's. And then afterwards, cost of ownership. Now, when I'm really looking at a huge mass of people, then can I really pass on the denominator impact to them to bring it down, so that I'm not only dumbing down my product, but essentially making it more affordable for the adjacency. If I'm able to bring that in, I can buy in more adjacencies. And finally, quality of support is not actually how well I support, but how support free is my product. So this is the chasm, what you look at from a product. You look at from, you started with the technology enthusiasts, then the visionaries, they are able to extrapolate and say, wow, like for example, when you look at Andy Ratcliffe's case study of Wealthfront, they say, wow, this is having what you say, your own, without any wealth advisor, being your own advisor is a compelling thought. And for millennials who do not want to be called, who do not want to be advised, so can I be on my own thing? That is, they are able to extrapolate. Even when I started my own one of the startups, that was the same thing. Look, everything, why don't I give the same insights a millionaire gets to somebody who has just 10,000 rupees to invest? Can I give the same insights to both of them? Wow, that is a compelling one. And the visionaries come into that. But your biggest challenge is to translate what these initial tech enthusiasts brought in, and then afterwards prototype to take it to the next level using the whole products, etc., in the adjacencies, and then afterwards translating one at a time of these visionaries. They can think many steps ahead and they can work without those features also, but then bring into these pragmatists those features even with these ecosystem players, and then afterwards you acquire those products. That means what? If you need a speech tech, you are not going to build a speech tech engine. You're going to license somebody or say pay royalty to that. And finally, drive towards market size, market, being a default de facto standard, bringing in tie-ups with all the ecosystems. That's what somebody like a Paytm would have done. They went on a huge spree of tying up everybody. Otherwise, the solution, it may not be a huge millions of lines of code thing as a tech product. But the thing is the ability to tie up that and be a de facto standard. What comes after ATM is a Paytm, kind of a things they were able to envisage. That gave them the tornado effect. Make sense? Perfect. So you cracked the code. Actually, we talked about the value hypothesis. We talked about the growth hypothesis, and you looked at, how do we do that? And then let's do some summary ideas, and then afterwards question and answers. Go to the next one, Kotesh. So here is a simple tool we also call petal diagram. You could do that. Whenever you're talking about customer, don't look at the competition. Competition many times it doesn't exist. That should not be, when you're talking about the value part of it for the customer, what are the alternatives the customer has? Not what competitors. Not doing anything about it is the largest challenge for you. The inertia is the largest because it has a double whammy. You know, he doesn't need to buy anything, and then afterwards he's very comfortable with that. So the status quo itself could be a big alternative which you have to really crack the code. Okay, next one. Okay, so this, I just want to show the visual. I can come back to that. You know, what in Kano model we talked about, we also use it for innovation, but as a continuous journey, is that what you build a wow factor yesterday, which is the green one, is that yesterday's wow is today's table stakes, right? And tomorrow, if it is not there, you can't even be in the market. Right? So you need to really look at periodically your excitements, which are the red arrows, become the standards. This is one of the ways you can really push out, elbow out competition and create the moats. That means what? I have known examples of people who really give their version number one's features free while they go to the second one. So the rest of the guys are catching up more, and those guys are forced to give those free and they cannot, right? So if you are really looking at, this is what my I'll come to the spiral as the final mantra, but you have to be on the product market fit on continuous journey. It is not one event, it is not one eureka moment. That product market fit, you got to be continuously, what we all talk about, rule of relevance, keep on be relevant. That is what you need to keep innovating and keep pushing that to the customer so that she is finding more and more incremental value at every use. So first thing is that for the acquisition, is the ease of best use. You know, am I really converting? Otherwise the bounce rate is going to go up. And then afterwards, second is that every time I come to your product, do I find something interesting? Do I discover a new wow? Otherwise, I don't see much value paying the same, or even if you give me whether model or not. That means what? Your yesterday's excitements or today's table stakes. Just leave that thought with you. Okay, next one. Okay, so anything, you're all engineers, you're all product guys, you know, so some metrics, one, Eric Ries talks about having, auditable, actionable, as well as accessible to everybody in the company. Metrics is important. And this 40% rule is very interesting, which is given by Sean Elias test, which we call the 40% rule. You can set for 50%, 60% if you are ambitious. That means when I go and ask, like for example, in this case, Vinu, Abhijit, and Sirisha, they said these are my most desirable in India. So how disappointed would you be? Right. So if let us say 20%, 30%, 40% are not in that, then you have a problem. Right. And then afterwards, how do I drive more and more users into that? Right. I'm going to summarize this a little more, but essentially the 40% rule, you know, here, in fact, you can read up this nice blog by a guy called Vora, you know, Rohit Vora, I think. It's a superhuman email part. That's an interesting one, how they created an engine to be continuously measuring this, the customer metric or the product market fit metric. And then the third one, which again, it's a nice blog you can read about, which Ash Maurya talked about. All the metrics of acquisition, activation, this is self-explanatory. So this is building up towards the product market fit. But essentially, you need to have various metrics. You need to know what is a vanity metric and what is not. And some of them are lead indicators like the bounce rate, time on site. Bounce rate means, you know, how many people don't come back. You know, the time on site, how much time they spend, page per visit. But these are lead indicators. They are not really indeed value terms. So you need to come back. Particularly, some of these metrics are, you know, applicable in a B2C context where you cannot really put your finger on the value. Whereas in a B2B part of it, because they are using your product to somebody else, it's much easier to quantify the value. That means, I buy your license for $10, I'm making $200 on that, so there is a correlation between that. But in a B2C part of it, there is a lot of emotional, social elements to that. So that's where you need to really look at the 40% rules, etc. All right, the next slide, Kotrish. So this I'm not discussing, but there is a session on the lean startup. But I just wanted to really look at how the seamlessness continuum of each of these are happening. Go to the next one. Okay, so here are very quick summarization points. Maybe considering that we start a little late, I may spill over into lunch. Those of you who have a hard stop, please try and stop, and you can always catch up. But please be answer or let you answer these questions. So when you are in a startup mode, what is important, growth or retention? So this is where many diverge. Many people want to really look at the growth as a leading metric. Growth is a metric because that's what gives them funding, but retention validates the PM fit. Just your signups do not mean anything. If they don't derive value, they're going to go away. They are like crows on the tree, right? One wind and they all blown away. So next slide, please. Yeah, this is, your product fit is not an event. It is not a eureka moment. It is a continuum. Product fit is seen as it's not a destination, but at best a milestone. So this is what I'm talking about, the rule of relevance. Each of you for your product, please look at who is it relevant for? What is the degree of criticality? This is what we talk about. Is your product a cancer drug or a cosmetic? That means what, in fact, we're going to next slide also. Is it 80% of the life of the customer depends on it or 20% of that? So I remember one of my mentees was looking at making coffee makers. Do I make industrial variety for the coffee shops or home? So I said, where do their lives depend on your machine? That's what it is. So that is where you look at the maximums and minimums part of it. Is the criticality is high, then more likely that they may still not like it. They may throw it out, but at least there is a compelling value case there. How long will it be relevant? Like, for example, when LinkedIn, why did they extend it? Okay, I got my job, then it is no longer relevant until I'm looking for. Then there are various other things which have taken beyond, and so you are adding features so that extend the relevancy. What are the alternatives? We talked about in that the petal diagram. Not doing it is also an alternative. And why those alternatives are important? If they are able to come up with a better fit of the market, the product part of it, customers are going to go away. And at what price points I'm fit, and what can make me relevant? It is the product. So these questions we should have on the, in our whatever is the pinup board or in common areas. Every day we need to look at. So staying fit is the mantra. Is not just getting the product market fit. Staying fit is the key thing. Let's go to the next one. So the converge or expand, this is the classic question. Most product managers come to me and say that, hey, you know what? I keep on adding features, but still I don't excite the customers. Sometimes, in fact, there are many examples. For want of time, I'm not bringing in people who peeled off some features and disabled. They were able to get a lot more traction in the market. So, try and get, like I said, get that overlap higher. What is the minimum set of features which, when done very well, address it rather than throwing 1,000 features at it. That's where, like they talk about vanity metrics, there are lots of vanity features as well, which you see many times in buying a smartphones, etc. People look at it, right? Expand to other customer segments with higher overlap. So that means what is the minimum set of features I need? We saw in that the chasm diagram as well. What is the minimum set of features I need to either build or get from my ecosystem to really expand to the adjacency? That's what you need to focus. So the convergence is about, you don't need to add features, you need to be really sharpen yourself. Next one. We talked about problem solution fit versus product market fit. Is the identified problem real? Can the problem be solved? Will the customer pay? That will solve your value hypothesis. And does the product deliver value to the customer? Is the market large enough for you to hit the hockey stick? Is the cost of customer acquisition lesser than the price? This is the existential one. That is the bottom of the lean canvas you looked at, the viability part. If the viability is not there, then product market fit is not there, right? Next slide. Yeah. Global minimum or local maximum. This is what I was talking about. Where your product is on the fringe for a lot of customer segments, where your product is mission critical for a focus set of customers. Many people who reach out to me talking about, oh, we want to do the global expansion. I want to go to Turkey. I want to go to UK. I want to go this, that, etc. So if you are a Mickey Mouse in 20 countries, it doesn't mean anything. But if you are a market leader in 3 countries where you are de facto standard, where your customers cannot run their business without your platform, that's where your leverage is high, right? So don't go in search of global minimums when you are able to address that with the local maximums. Next. Okay, so many people talk about iteration. You never get the PM fit once. You got to iterate. So what do you iterate? It's like fine tuning. When good old, analog radios we used to do, tuner and the fine tuner. Tuner is to set the frequency, and then afterwards, particularly us radio hams, we used to really look at a big fine tuner. So the fine tuning is, whether you call it as pivoting or not, it is still the market part. Because as long as you don't understand the market, you cannot really create the product. I'm not saying that here is my product, where is the market part? But essentially, the whole exercise of product management is to really look at what are those understanding of those segments, talking to those customers and trying to see that the problem. Here I'm not even talking about the product. I'm talking about who else has this problem. And what could solve the problem, and at what price, and how do I really do the value selling? That means articulate that, and how do I really market? So product, if it is an invention, it is okay, because you are creating a completely new one. You can iterate, but don't spend too much time in building new features if you don't have a market. Get the market first. So your iteration is to really discover the market rather than discover the product. Right, next one. So that is where the left one is the left to right arrows, the blue one, the red one is right to left arrows. Try and move the right one closer, rather than trying to build more and more features on that. Next. This is, I talked about I think versus I observe part of it. And this is the standard I heard in the Y Combinator conversations. Okay, next. This is the last slide. This is the summarization of all that I have said and all that I have done in my life as an entrepreneur, as an executive of a large enterprise product, which was successful, which has been successful, as well as various product companies I consult and I teach, is that your product market fit needs to be seen as a virtuous spiral. So before you talk about virality, please think about the spirality. What is the spirality? Here, the 3 dimensions are: one is your customers and markets, or the market. Second is the customer value. And the third is the time. So here, I start with my first initial customer 0 or customer 1, not even customer 1, and I try to create a solution and demonstrate the value over a period of time. That demonstration of value and articulation of the value and the measurement and monetization of that will take some time, and that plows me the word of mouth, more customers. Then I'm back on x-axis. Then afterwards, I go this product to demonstrate value for more customers in terms of in search of the customer. Who else has this problem? Who else has this problem? And they demonstrate the value, and then they articulate it, and then over a period of time, this is that virtuous cycle or virtuous spiral. So whether you are a startup, whether you are a leader, whether it is a new feature or a complete product, if you cannot imagine your product market fit as a continuous, ongoing, expanding virtuous spiral, your product market fit story is incomplete. So that's where I stop. Questions?
I have a question
Yes.
on scaling.
Mm-hmm.
Once you have your product, the initial MVP is successful, you're going to fly, and let's say you you have a benchmark of having 100 customers, and you have got in there. How do you know from then on how to scale, and is it something that you need to factor in the beginning itself, or you figure out at that point? I mean,
So, there are classical views on it, but essentially, the entire product market fit is all about your discovery of the market. How well do you know the market? How well you talk to the customers, prospective customers, adjacencies, etc. So, the only question every day you wake up is that, am I relevant? That is the retention part. Am I relevant to existing guys? Who else am I relevant to? Who else am I relevant to? That means what? If Abhijit has found value in, let's say, a product market fit session, how many of folks like Abhijit have moved their roles from an existing product company to a new company where they are trying to really see that how do I scale part of it, and really can I create something for that? So essentially, it is the iteration of understanding more and more and more customers and adjacent segments gives you the power of that market part. That is where we are looking at. While you talk about the bowling alley and the tornado. The tornado part is all about nothing even to add adjacent products, not leave alone your own features. It is all about finding more and who needs more. I know many competitors of the Zoom who are doing that exercise after the pandemic hit, right? Who else has the problem? Whereas these guys seem to have figured that, who else has the problem, and then the word of mouth spread. They didn't do advertisement. They didn't do any events. They didn't even send anything, right? So, and who else will they encounter? Like, for example, if Vinu kind of a person is talking to 20 different people about the Microsoft insights from Microsoft Analytics in the Outlook, that in itself can do that. So word of mouth is a classical thing, and you need to really look at position where those people are hanging around. So how do I really solve the problem? And that's where we talk about the value selling tool, what value it gives. That means when the adjacency changed, even let's say within a startup, let's say a company X, which is in a bootstrap versus which is in a Series A or a pre-seed, whatever. Each of them can have their own nuances, and you need to iterate well there. That's what Sirish also was talking about.
right.
Any other questions?
Thanks, sir.
So I have a couple of questions, probably an extension of what Karthik was asking. Like one is in the crossing the chasm diagram that you showed, there is a section of conservatives, right, which is the end of your kind of last customers which would adopt your product, right? Is there any kind of a suggestion or kind of thing that do you really need conservatives to adopt your product, and do you need really kind of invest into getting those conservatives inside your product, and you just close your efforts by the pragmatist? And how do you understand
That's where actually your malai is there, the meat is, so to say, because without any incremental effort, you are going to make huge amount of profits, particularly in a digital context. You are not producing anything.
Yep.
That all that revenue they are giving is almost adding to your bottom line profits. So why would you want to, and those guys, they come in search of you. Like the big legend talked about, that is the nirvana for product market fit, right? So when the customers come in search of you and say, Chief, I cannot get the license to open my bank until you give me your product license, that was the point of arrival for me. Why would I want to leave that?
Perfect. And the second question is about the when we are talking about the product market fit, it's what I'm thinking in my head is also about the product launching, and that's where the probably from the Rahul Vora superhuman blog that you suggested, like unless and until you get that 40% fit, he said that I waited for 3 years, 2 years, and then I launched my product unless and until I realized as a team that I have that product market fit. Is that something that is, I mean, any thoughts on that? I mean,
No, the question is, should we wait or you should not wait?
yeah, should you wait or should you? Of course, it depends on the situation.
See, Rahul Vora's case is simple, right? He is getting into a saturated space of email. Right from Sabir Bhatias of the world, there were lots of emails and there are lots of females also. So when you are bringing into some market which is already saturated, which is free, you have to really have some distinction, right? Otherwise, why would they even look at you?
That's where the market thing comes in.
Right.
Perfect. Thank you.
So, hi, Haragopal. My name is Sudha Sampath. I have joined eVidyaloka recently as the product manager at Vidya Ganga Build. So, I'm pretty sure you may be familiar with it, right? But just for everyone's benefit, eVidyaloka is an NGO. And we focus primarily on spreading rural education or making rural education accessible to children in rural parts of India. For the next 3 years, we have this huge focus on building an education app, I would say mobile app, and scaling our web portal as well to make education accessible to children. So I'm just tying this back, Haragopal, and I think your guidance here will be very helpful. We've started building the app. Obviously, we have a pipeline already. We're gearing towards. We think we understand what the market needs. But I just wanted to get your thoughts on the importance of a governance model. So we have an internal governance model as it is, but how do you go about getting a feel from the market, right? Of like, we know what we're building, but how do we understand if that's what the market needs, right? So do you recommend like an external product council, getting senior product managers from to work with us? Like, what are your thoughts on that? I mean,
who are your consumers? Who use the product? The
so
kids?
The children in rural parts of India, and we would drive this through our NGO partners all over India.
Right. So I think one of the critical things, this is what I call it for a product manager, the deadliest sin is to have the degrees of separation between the product maker and the user. So I remember, some products having 6 degrees of separation of middlemen. I give this to this, my guy goes and implements, then some agent will be there. So it doesn't work that way. So at least I've written, some of my team members, rather not me, they've created products for young kids. The best thing is that, give them the iPad and say that, look, there is a new app here. I'm not able to find out, can you figure out and tell me what it is? And I'm talking about almost 8-10 years back. And we used to even look at their retinal movement and say, where would their eyes go first? For example, if they are looking at, instead of saying that, how much do you want to save? Say we want to create for a financial application, 1 million, 2 million do not mean anything to them. You say that, look, when you get a job, do you want to buy a Ferrari? Do you want to buy a Beamer? Do you want to buy a Maruti? Their eyes lit up and say, look, this is what I need to save for. Right? So I think you need to really go directly to the consumers.
Okay.
And also, in fact, the second one I would suggest is there is a nice book called The Next Billion Users by Professor Payal Arora. She's written beautifully, and I'm sure, particularly, eVidyaloka kind of a context where you're creating products and solutions for this next billion users, they are not templated with what the Western world things are. So the way they would like to look at the app is different. So you need to really look at what you talked about, listener forum or customer forum. I would like to completely 20 kids only. If 20 seats are there, all of them are kids in different parts of the world who some of them at least don't understand English at all. That's what your user forum should be. Maybe I'm sounding too drastic, but that's how you would want to try.
No, this is great, and I love the way you put it, right? Because when we're building the product, we are working with our own myopic view of the world, right? So you're saying, at the end of the day, go to the child directly. So that's that's a part. So they are a part of in fact, they are the core of your product council, is what you're saying.
Right. They are the product council.
Understood. And the vernacular focus, which I'm so happy that you brought up the language, because we are building the app, at least our MVPs in 6 languages. So that kind of reinforces the vernacular focus this as well. So thank you so much. This was helpful.
And Sudha, we can connect too, because I'm into higher education domain for 11.5 years now. So we can connect.
Awesome, that sounds great.
Karthik is with Elucian, and so you could, yeah.
Sure,
So
awesome.
he knows how to monetize the whole thing. They make a lot of money. Okay, guys, I think we are running out of time, Kotresh. Any more questions?
I have one question. Follow up with Sudha. I'm colleague of Sudha working in Evithialoka. The user experiments, the hypothesis that I don't know if I missed because I just joined a little bit late. How important it is, or should we focus to all the MVP stories to it? I mean, what kind of user experiment will help to build a good MVP at the end? So should we focus all the stories, or it is like anything that we have to target to it?
A good one, in fact, I don't know. Sorry, I didn't get your name.
I'm Nikita from Evithialoka.
Yeah. So Nikita, so if you have seen that bowling alley thing, Kutresh can show that slide. I gave a short description of MVP. So MVP is not minimum valuable piece. It is what is that you can deliver the complete customer value with minimal effort. That means what? Go previous one. So in your case, like what Sudha was talking about, the app for the kids, you cannot say that, you know what, I will not give you the sound effect. I will only give visual effect and see whether it works okay for the kid. Right? If that kid wants to connect with, the next slide. So the MVP is the smallest solution that delivers customer value. So here, if you want to give a multi-model, I'm using the word carefully, that means between ears, eyes, and even touch, if you will, for the students, okay, then your speech part of it is not a nice to have later.
Okay.
Or if you want to say that, look, the interactive is what the customer wants, and I'm giving a broadcasting, so wherein they just press and they keep on listening to that, that they are doing on YouTube as well. So this is what I call it as, you call brand promise. What is a brand promise? Whatever you're rolling out, even if it is an MVP, whatever it is, the core element of your product cannot be compromised, even if it is given free, whatever. So if your EV or Evidyaloka's promise is to look at interactive learning for kids in vernacular, okay, then you cannot say that the Tamil and Bengali, I will bring it in version 1 and 2.
Got it. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
All right, so thanks a lot for all your interactive learning opportunity for me, and stay connected, and we are all in the same community. At any point of time, if you think that I could be of help, reach out through the regular channels, whatever we already have, through ISPMA chatter or through LinkedIn or any other means. See you all and have a good SPM Summit next 2 days. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Sudha. Bye. Bye, everyone.
Hi, Monte. Can you hear me?
I can. Good morning.
Morning. Must be real early hours for you. Sorry for rescheduling.
It is. It is. That's okay.
I thought Abhijit rescheduled your session to a later hour.
I saw that, so I'm going to listen in on the on the other finalists, if that's okay.
That's a nice way to.
What time is it there?
I think in the whole scheme of things. It's good. It's what time is it? It's 1:20 in the afternoon.
Okay. Yeah, so we're it's 10 to 4 a.m. here.
So grab a cup of coffee and actually, they rescheduled, so that they could shift it. They already published. So Kotresh, can we get started? Do you have the presentations loaded? You need to monitor the time and tell each of the teams well in advance at 10th minute so that we can complete in time.
Okay, sir.
Okay. And yes, the presenter can share from there. You have given the access to share, right? They're all presenters.
Yes,
right?
sir. They can share, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And presenters or the team, whenever you're presenting, please feel free to turn your videos on. And this is our audience. So others also feel free to turn on your cams so that in case if you want to interact Q&A. And the teams can choose to decide how you want to answer questions, either at the end or in the middle. I would suggest from a better upkeep of the time management is to the end. We have 15 minutes each for each team. And then afterwards, we would have 5 minutes, out of which 10 minutes for presentation, 5 minutes for Q&A. And first of all, I hope we have all the teams. A warm welcome to all of you and hearty congratulations on being shortlisted for the finalists. And it wasn't an easy job at all for Greg, and myself, as well as Mr. Pal Chaudhary, Sangeet Pal Chaudhary. And so we have different segments in which the finalists have been announced, and you all are aware of the detailing. So we could get started once we are ready with the presentations. Who's the first team, Kotresh?
It is Intuit, sir.
Intuit 1 or Intuit 2? Who, the name of the presenter?
Sir, Natarajan, sir.
Okay. So for the audience who are joining in addition to the finalists, warm welcome to you all. One of the key focus initiatives for the SPM Summit is to not only promote but celebrate the excellence within the product management community. And how better to celebrate than sharing the best practices. So today's session is by all those Excellence Award finalists to tell us the secret recipes or secret sauce, so to say, how they are doing so well what they're doing. Right, Monte? So
Nice.
over to Nataraj, and so feel free to ask your questions. And obviously, we do not want this to be a very evaluation kind of a thing, because we have already done the award deliberations. The jury has already gone over that, and then afterwards they have voted, and then everything is over and the decisions are made. So this is for the best practices to share, so that all of you are are able to appreciate the best practices from each of these. So Intuit team, if you are ready, Natarajan, please
Hi,
welcome.
this is Hema from Intuit. I think there was
Hi,
a
Hema.
misunderstanding. The first Intuit team to go is QuickBooks Online Advanced, and Krish Bhatia and I will be presenting.
Perfect. Over to you, Hema.
Thank you. Hopefully my audio is clear. Just checking, and then
It is.
Turn on my video. And there's our slide. Give me just 1 second to get set up. Okay, sounds good. Okay, let's get started. Thank you everybody for joining this presentation on QuickBooks Online Advanced by Intuit. I'm Hema. I'm a principal product manager at Intuit, and I'll be co-presenting with my friend Krish Bhatia, who is a group product manager also at Intuit. We are also joined here by our extended product team comprising of Tilak, Abhineet, Rohan, and Harshil. And we have Sumit Dagar from the design team. He's our design manager for this product. So before I jump into it, a little bit about Intuit. Intuit is an American financial software company that develops accounting and tax preparation software for small businesses, accountants, and individuals. Our mission is to power prosperity around the world. And our key products are TurboTax, QuickBooks, and Mint. QuickBooks is our trademark accounting and financial software for small businesses and the top-selling SMB software in USA, rapidly expanding globally. QuickBooks has been around for almost 30 years, and QuickBooks Online, which is our cloud version, was introduced 15 years ago. Today, we want to share with you the story of how we recently launched a brand new QuickBooks in a mature market to serve a new customer base and the journey of our phenomenal growth in the 2 years since we started. Intuit is famous in the Silicon Valley for our unique threefold guideline for product innovation. Everything we do revolves around these principles, and Intuit is often referred to as a 36-year-old startup. We start with developing customer empathy. We follow our customers to their homes or offices. We watch how they do things with our products and in their surroundings. We walk in their shoes, and that allows us to get inspired and to embrace the unexpected. Once we have nailed the big problems, we go broad to go narrow, which means we generate a lot of ideas in working sessions with large teams. Then we go narrow to pick out the best ones in consensus. We repeat this process until we have a final list of killer ideas. Our final step is to quickly experiment with customers. We build scrappy prototypes or dry tests inside the product and watch how our customers react in order to validate that we are indeed solving the right problem in the right way. Every time we discover a new unmet customer need that fits with our true north goal and our existing strengths, it inspires us to launch a new experiment in the market. Some of these experiments go on to become significant features or standalone products, helping us accelerate our mission to power prosperity around the globe. QuickBooks Online Advanced also was such an experiment born out of our discovery of an unmet customer need. Our QuickBooks Online products cater to the financial needs of small businesses with solutions like accounting, payroll, and invoicing. Every year, we noticed that 30 to 40,000 of our customers were leaving QuickBooks for more complex ERP solutions. So we decided to double-click on this trend and understand this customer base. We walked in the shoes of our customers, we visited their homes and offices, we got a feel for how they run their businesses and what they struggle with. What we learned about the mid-market was eye-opening. Unlike small businesses where the owner wears multiple hats and gets things done in a scrappy way, mid-market businesses have a slightly larger, more organized staff and well-defined roles and responsibilities. So coordination and communication between these staff members becomes a problem. Custom workflows to fit each business's unique processes becomes important. And having a super fast software that deals with large data sets also becomes important. So these are not yet enterprise businesses. They just need a limited number of robust features in addition to what we already have in QuickBooks. As we did these follow me homes, customers showed us the multiple apps they use and how painful it is to get the apps to talk to each other, to run reports with consolidated data, and to avoid double entries and errors. As we looked at the existing products in the market, we realized that mid-markets are either underserved or overserved. They are either stretching to make low and simple solutions work for them, or they are switching to complex ERP system, paying thousands of dollars every year for features that they don't even need. At that time, there was no other competitor actively obsessing over this niche customer segment as much as we were, and this gave us somewhat of a first mover advantage. We realized that we could tailor a mid-market business solution to fit the needs of this customer segment by adding very specific functionality on top of our already existing suite of financial solutions. That was our advantage, that our platform already provided the basics. And we also had a set of customers who might immediately benefit by moving to our mid-market product. So our hypothesis was that there is a need for a niche mid-market solution without the complex features of an ERP, and that our existing QuickBooks customers will buy the solution from Intuit.
The first step for us was to validate this hypothesis. So we decided to run a lean experiment and launch Advanced as a new QuickBooks SKU with just 2 new features. The first was increased number of users, and the second one was premium customer support. We targeted existing customers who were outgrowing QuickBooks. Our success criteria was to have 50 customers in the first 3 months, but we were very pleasantly surprised when we hit the target in just 1 month. Our hypothesis was validated. From there, we continued building the product iteratively. We constantly developed new hypotheses based on our learnings. With Design for Delight, our design thinking framework as the foundation, we continued building empathy, going broad to narrow, doing rapid experimentation, and learning from customer feedback. This helped us to stay agile and to focus on the most important customer needs, as opposed to all the bells and whistles that a full ERP may offer. We started with a very narrow focus on 3 main areas: scalability, support, and customization. Over time, we have added many more value-added features and have introduced AI-powered innovations, such as highly customizable workflows and deep integrations with third-party apps that mid-market customers frequently use. As we learned and grew, our ideal state also became much more clear. Mid-market customers need a solution that is right for them and can fit their unique needs, but is cost-effective at the same time. We had a 3-pillar strategy. First, perfect the table stakes and provide core features such as customization, automation, and reporting, and optimize them using AI. Second, build more value adds through deep integrations with third-party apps. And third, provide it at a right for me price. This strategy and product innovations that we co-created with our customers have been instrumental in our exponential growth in the last 2 years. Our customer base has increased 45 times and the monthly recurring revenue by 56 times. The last 2 years have also provided us key learnings along the way. First, we have a much better idea about mid-market needs and expectations now than when we started. Mid-market customers are not just looking for an accounting solution, but rather a source of truth, a right for me solution that can be at the center of their business and be integrated with their apps as well. The second learning was around innovation. Faster innovation happens when we focus on the customer needs and not the competition. This focus allowed us to not only not fall into the trap of feature parity with competitors or large ERP systems, but deliver what's most important to our customers by validating it through constant experimentation. Finally, scaling growth can be achieved through the right partnerships and influencers. And we learned that we need to target not only existing QuickBooks customers, but also new to the franchise and those who are not using any financial solutions today. 2 years ago, when we started, it was a very lean team of 10 people. Today, the team has grown significantly. We now have cross-functional representation of product management, design, and engineering functions in India.
Sir, last 1 minute, sir.
Sure. So we now have cross-functional representation of product management, design, and engineering functions in India, with more than 200 team members in our Intuit India office. A journey started with a simple hypothesis, and where we are today has only been possible because of our unique approach to innovation. One where we fall in love with the customer problem and build game-changing solutions based on constant customer feedback. Now let's hear from some of our customers. Thank you. We are open to any questions.
Thank you, team and the Intuit team. We have about roughly about 4 minutes for Q&A. All are welcome to ask them any question. Very interesting insights. And of course, I would have a few questions we already asked in our interview process at the time of awards. So now is the time for opportunity for others to ask questions.
Hey, it's Monty Ritter from North Carolina in the United States. How do you select your focus groups in order to validate your products or new products and new offerings?
Yeah, I can take that, Hema. So the way we sort of start the process is through the CDI and D4D. So we start very narrowly and we pick our customer segments very carefully, because we also don't want to go to too many segments at the first time. So we prioritize it based on where the most burning pain points are for which segment and which particular segment is actually underserved. So if you look at the diagram on the left, we basically pick what to solve, and part of this process is who to solve this for. So in which customer segment is the problem not solved today, and where can we make the maximum impact, and where can we build the durable competitive advantage. So that's the process we use. And customer segment wise, again, like we would like to cater to more and more customer segments, but we start very narrowly, picking one first. And then as we sort of do well with that customer segment, as we learn from the customers and as we iterate, we then move into adjacent segments one by one.
Just to add to that, the actual process of recruiting customers, we have a department called Customer Connect that helps us reach out to existing customers, or if we want to reach out to an entirely new segment or a new industry, they'll get data from DNB or other sources where customer data is available, and then they'll help us recruit customers who are willing to talk to us or try out our products.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Hey, great presentation, QuickBooks team. My name is Abhijit. I have a couple of questions. One is, how do you measure the success? Any specific, how do you actually define your metrics and see that you are on track? And then at what stage do you look into the competitor landscape as well?
I can take that, Krish.
Sure.
So to answer your first question, our key metrics across most of our products are pretty much the same. At the high level, we look at customer acquisition. We look at 90-day retention, which means after 90 days, how many of those customers who signed up are still with us. And then we look at PRS, or what's widely known as NPS, to see how customers are rating our product. These are our three major metrics. On top of that, each product manager will have secondary metrics for the features that they are building, like feature engagement, or if we are trying to do successful integrations, then the success rate of someone using that that feature. We also measure tertiary metrics like time saved or productivity or less effort and so on and so forth. Your second question was around when do we start analyzing competitors? Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's a circular journey, like is evident from our CDI-D4D. It is part of our initial market analysis, and it continues as we continue to learn more about those customers. So from the very beginning, when we first conceptualize that there's a mid-market set of customers, that they may be different from the customers that we are serving, our competitive analysis also started along that same time. And then every time we iterate, which means every time we introduce a new feature or introduce a new version of the product, we also make sure what is available in the market, what are our threats from external competitors, where we are placed with those competitors, and so on. So it's not a one and done. We continue to do that at different stages of the product journey, and then at every launch or like post every launch.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question on, my name is Karthik, I'm from Illusion. I have a question on what challenges you have to move your customers on from on-prem over to SaaS cloud. And do you have any challenges like, keeping your revenue intact and your, ensuring there is less disruption in moving them over to the cloud, and at the same time, retaining your existing revenues intact. I mean, having your revenues intact.
Okay, I can take that too. So our on-prem software, QuickBooks Desktop, has been around since the beginning, right? Like 25, 30 years old product. We have a lot, like millions of customers. It's one of the most popular accounting softwares in the US. And we have like very specific customer mentalities or personas on who chooses an on-premise software versus a cloud software. And so we have found that there is enough space and enough customer base for us to grow both of our products. And you'll hear from our on-premise team later on in this presentation. But what we have found is customers go to on-premise products for a certain reason. Their business setup is a certain way that everybody works from an office. There are a set of computers from which everybody does their accounting and other financial needs. They are a little jittery about putting their data in the cloud, especially their financial data. They don't necessarily connect their bank accounts to their financial software and so on. And then we also see a transformation either when a new generation takes over that business, or it changes hands, or if the business grows to have multiple locations, they are having to collaborate remotely with other staff members in other locations. That's what triggers someone to move from an on-premise to a cloud software. And at that point, they just have to move next doors, because we also have our QuickBooks Online product right there. And it's just easier for them. We have a robust data migration process. We have customer service to help them through that process. So every year we see a significant number of customers moving from our QuickBooks Desktop product to our QuickBooks Online product, which is healthy for us because online is the future. At the same time, we don't force them, or we don't aggressively market QuickBooks Online to them, because online has its own customer base. These are newer businesses, younger businesses with very specific needs. They are more mobile. They want to take pictures and send it to folks. They do accounting on the cloud. They collaborate with people on the cloud. So there's enough of that market segment as well for us to grow both our products rapidly, in the US as well as globally. So for now, we're not approaching this as cannibalization or revenue reduction on one versus the other, but overall grow the ecosystem across on-premise and cloud.
The only thing I'll add there is for those customers who do want to move to online from the desktop world, we do provide tools so that they have an easier time migrating their data, and that migration is seamless and frictionless, and they are up and running in no time.
It is time already. We have to go for next presentation.
All right. So thank you very much, Hema and Krish, for that insightful presentation, and all the best for the final awards. Could we have the next team, please?
Sir, it is Lead Assist Exotel.
Okay. Exotel Lead Assist. Avnish?
Yes, sir. So I'll take over.
So while Avnish is loading his presentation, Exotel is in the category of startup. And the previous one, Intuit, you heard that is a new product, that means less than 4-year-old from an existing or product company, which is an established company, which is more than 4 years old. Over to you, Avnish.
Thank you, Professor, for the introduction. So here it is, Exotel, and we are presenting our product, Lead Assist, which is a purely API product. Talking about the company, we are roughly 10-year young company with modest size of 150 plus, and so far we have served more than 3,000 customers, including both enterprises and SMBs. And on an average, we clock 10 million calls per day. We are a cloud telephony platform, which allows customers to which allows our customers to have their customer communication seamlessly with their legacy systems. In terms of product offerings, we have a suite of products where we provide outbound click-to-calls, IVRs, contact center management. Apart from that, normal API products like Lead Assist, which is primarily used for number masking, and we have messaging and OTPs, dialer and campaigns for the outbound sales use cases, and CRM integrations with likes of Zoho, Freshdesk, Salesforce, and Desk, etc. And this is the list of our happy customers. Talking about the product, Lead Assist is a number masking solution for marketplace enterprises, which are primarily involved in the last mile delivery of their services. Which, if you would have thought about how the Zomatos or Swiggies or Myntra and Snapdeal, whenever their delivery guys reach out to you, they reach out through our numbers. And it's an API product which enables businesses to connect their customers with vendors, maintaining the privacy on both the sides. It's a patented product under USPTO, and this is how it works. Like, whenever there is a transaction confirmed on the enterprise side, they send out a request to us where they give us the party numbers, like which are supposed to have this communication, and we dynamically allocate a virtual number to them, and they can associate it to their transactions and send those details to their executives or their customers through their application or through SMSs. And after that, these two parties can communicate over this number n number of times, and that is where the number masking or customer privacy comes into picture. And the entire dynamic allocation of the numbers and management of the mapping and the transaction is on the Exotel side. In terms of APIs, we have a suite of APIs which does all of this job and caters to multiple use cases. In the beginning, whenever a transaction is confirmed on the business side, they will hit us with a post API, passing the party numbers. In return, we give them a virtual number, and both the parties can communicate on this virtual number any number of times. In between the transaction, if they want to fetch the details of an allocation, they can use the GET API. And once the transaction is over, they can deassociate this number allocation by sending us a delete API. Alternatively, they can also provide a deallocation policy within the allocation request itself, so that they don't have to do it explicitly. They can mention whether they want this allocation for 24 hours, for 1 day, for 3 days, or for 10 days. They can mention it in the allocation request and get done with it. Apart from this, in order to cater multiple use cases, we have update APIs as well, where suppose in the business side number keeps on changing. Suppose if a lead moves from one department to another department, they would want to save the transaction, whereas they would want to change the party numbers, so they can make use of this update API. Similarly, in case of, suppose if a particular number which has been associated has gone down, has become unhealthy, or any telephony provider goes down, this is primarily for reliability. They can go ahead and change the VN or virtual number associated with the transaction, and they can still keep the context of the transaction intact. The product vision is to enable most of cost-effective and secure communication between businesses and their customers. And the most important point is without adding any overheads to their core operations. Product vision is inherited from the company's vision, where we want to deliver best-in-class customer communication technology to the businesses. In terms of strategy, which has evolved from the company's platform strategy, we believe in first building APIs and then building the product. And that's where we offer many APIs which can be integrated into enterprise operations. And intent is to offload enterprises from their non-core operations. and thereby they can save cost and effort on their side. However, Exotel achieves stickiness through deeper native integrations and the continuous use case specific product offerings. How Leaders is positioned, basically it's for B2B enterprise customers, which are involved in last mile delivery or dedicated relationship manager use cases. They want to enable secure communication between their executive and the customers with minimal overhead. And that's where the Lead Assist product comes in picture, which provides dynamic number allocation and number masking, unlike other mechanism where we offload our customers from their non-core jobs and we ensure privacy on both the sides. In terms of adoption, it has been integrated by more than 10 enterprise customers. On an average, we clock 30 million transactions per month through this product. And our clientele are presented with various verticals like e-commerce, marketplaces, BFSI, and AdTech. In terms of product feedback, overall CSAT is 95% plus, NPS 60. And there's one more parameter which we measure very closely, which is call quality, where we score around 4.5 out of 5. It's an API product, and it has two components in terms of pricing. One is the API component, and the other is a commoditized component, which is calls. In terms of APIs, we do value-based pricing because we measure how much we are offsetting them, offloading them from their effort and cost. That's where value-based pricing comes into picture. And in terms of calls, it's a commodity, so it's mostly cost-based. We just add a healthy margin and we provide it to our customers. Within APIs, it's divided into per allocation API charge and per deallocation API charge. Allocation is based upon slab, based upon the volumes of transactions happening, and deallocation is based upon duration. You can have it for 24 hours or 1 day or 3 days or 10 days. And apart from that, calls are being charged on pulse. That's a normal standard being followed in the industry. In terms of financials, we have a healthy run rate of annual revenue of 20 CR, where overall operating margin is 50%, whereas Lead Assist operating margin, which is software specific, is 80%. The overall margin comes down because the margins on calls is pretty low, which is as per the industry standards. These are the perceived customer value propositions on our customer side. Basically, we offload them from their non-core job. It is used in conflict resolution. We have seen many cases where customers complain that a delivery boy didn't reach out to me, or delivery boy complains that we try to reach out to the customer, but the number was switched off or it was not reachable. So for all of this conflict, all of this, this entire call recording come into picture, and they help to resolve these conflicts. Call recordings have also saved so many conflicts being happening from on our business, on our customer side. Apart from that, customer privacy is the topmost thing, where number masking comes into picture and mask the number from both the parties, so that there's no harassment cases. And recently, if you would have seen last 3-4 years, number masking has become a mandate for the last mile delivery use cases. Platform reliability. Exotel is the most reliable platform in cloud telephony within India. We have a platform uptime of 99.996, and we have invested heavily in our assets by owning PRI lines and servers in 7 major regions of India. Cost and effort saving. Obviously, once you offload the non-core job, you can save a lot of recurring cost in terms of server management, in terms of development effort and all, which is quite significant. This is how the business model canvas looks in terms of value proposition, as mentioned earlier, with dynamic number allocation, number masking, and platform reliability are on top of the stack. And on the left side, you can see basically we partner with telephony providers like Airtel, Vodafone, Jio, and AWS Cloud Services to host our entire infrastructure. Key activities involve API development, infrastructure maintenance, and dev portal updates. We focus a lot on developer experience and co-creation. That is where dev portal updates and becomes a critical thing, because developer portal is the face of the API product. Key resources involve Exotel Voice platform, which is used for calling, and product development and sales and support teams. In terms of what goes to the external world, customer relationship is in various formats, where we provide onboarding support, technical support, dedicated account managers per enterprise customer, and developer connect chat group. So this as a good hook to solve developer problems directly through our developers rather than going through the support teams. In terms of channels, we follow inbound sales, account management. We try to upsell from basic click to call use cases, and product updates and newsletters. Customer segments, as clearly mentioned, last mile delivery services, marketplaces, and BFSI relationship manager divisions, where relationship one customer is mapped to one particular relationship manager, and one relationship manager can have multiple customers assigned to. The cost which is involved in this product is telephony charges, DID or the number, AWS infrastructure cost, and the administrative cost. Revenue streams are very clear. It's call charges and API charges. In terms of how this product is mapped in terms of phases and the runtime environment, we see it's an existing product evolution. It's almost close to 4 years old product, and currently it's controlled by customer or our vendors, where it's controlled by a customer where they win a requirement and we keep evolving and cater to their various cases. That's why it is now done as cruise ship, and this is in line with our roadmap for next year. Yeah.
I mean, the time is up, so you have to finish it. So.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, most of these requirements have come in from customers, and that's how we have put them in our roadmap. In terms of frameworks, since it's a startup, we wear multiple hats, and most of the strategy and product planning and everything is with product managers, whereas a lot of participation is there in other functions as well, and that's where it's orchestration heavy. And that is what we do in terms of various functions. Like we get involved in the development cycles a lot, tech evaluation, API contract definition, documentation, and all. In terms of marketing, the entire analysis, changing trends, and everything. GTM strategy is defined by the product managers. On side of sales, since sales teams are not that tech heavy, they cannot sell the API products that in a better way. So that's why product managers are also involved in the customer calls and the customer acquisition process as well. And same is true with services and supports. And this is what our team is, and that's how our product org is structured. Thank you. Happy to take questions, if any.
Thank you, Avnish. Any questions to Avnish and team, please?
Avnish, I have a question here. You mentioned that you have a API-based, value-based pricing for APIs, right? So do you can you provide more insight into how you derived or arrived at how much it needs to be priced and so on?
Sure, Karthik. So when it comes to this solution, right, there are alternative workarounds to this, which other customers can also, our customers can also implement on their side if they have a dedicated tech team to do that. Having said that, in that case, they will have to come up with a service, a constantly running service, where we'll have to hit their endpoints to fetch these numbers. So they have to be performance reliant, they have to be scalable, highly available. So they have to make sure all the NFRs on their side. And on an average, the cost of running these kind of servers or services is almost close to $500 per month. That's one. And then over on top of that, you have a development effort from your developers. Their time goes into that, which we evaluate, and that's how we have come up with a value-based pricing on our side, where we compare it based, on the total cost of ownership on their side, and then we evaluate how much will it make sense for them. And for various enterprise customers, we have different slabs of pricing based upon their volumes. And that's how we do it.
Okay, thank you. So your TCO is one of the value add, right? You identified, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Got it. Thank you.
All right. Any more questions to Exotel team? Avnish, thank you very much. Kutrish,
thank you, Professor. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Yeah. Thanks for presentation. Kutrish, next one, please.
Sir, QuickBooks Online.
Okay.
You mean QuickBooks Desktop? Sorry.
That's right.
Okay. Wonderful. It's good to be back. Good afternoon, everyone. I have a few more team members on as well, who just came to life. Right, let me share my screen and we'll get started. All right, you able to see my screen now?
Yes, Raman.
Okay, all right, I can't see everyone, so yeah, I see thumbs up now. Okay, all right. Well, good day, everyone. I am Raman, And I'm part of the QuickBooks Desktop product management team, and along with my rest of my team, Madhu, Muthu, Natarajan, Nipun, and a few more folks you'll see. We welcome this wonderful opportunity at ISPMA to share who we are, how we deliver innovation and customer delight at scale through our core values, products, processes, and people, right? And for those who don't know about Intuit, Intuit's mission is to power prosperity around the world. And we do so by serving small and medium businesses, self-employed, and consumers globally, working tirelessly with our partners, constantly striving to get more money in their pockets, making them efficient and reducing their work, and building confidence in their financial lives. That's who we are. And particularly QuickBooks Desktop as a product has a very rich history, 30 years in the making, and from a time when computers were still running on the floppy disk, as you can see, and accounting was just getting digitized. It has weathered multiple technology shifts over the decades, from burning CDs to online downloads, and through an era where we are right now, which is AI, chat, and VRs. We have seen it all, and have continuously evolved within this environment around us, and shipped enhancements in products as customers have demanded, subscription models, mobile experiences, and more recently, harnessing the power of AI and ML as well. What hasn't changed for us throughout this history is our customer obsession, our design thinking methodology as founded by our founder itself back in 80s, and adoption of the modern technology. And over this history, we have also matured our products. I know you could relate to the slide a few minutes ago that you saw when we were talking about advanced, is we've also matured our products to grow with our very early customers, the smallest of businesses who have now become mid-market customers, but still enjoy our trust and familiarity of product experiences. And to those who have taken the plunge to move to cloud, for example, cloud-based solutions with our online suite of products. So we have been very conscious about how we are serving our customers in the portfolio of products that we have. And more recently, we are in the process of evolving from being the source of truth for accounting, where customers have used us for tax and compliance point of view, to the source of truth of businesses by focusing more on the business workflows, right, versus accounting features, which means we are solving business problems end to end when it comes to, let's say, accepting payments digitally, especially last year, and also paying their employees or raising capital, and throughout the whole circle of gamut of business challenges on an ongoing basis that customers go through, and the growth for the future, right? And this has allowed us to create massive impacts to the millions of customers who trust us and who have constantly rated us at 50+ NPS on a continuous basis, and annually contribute to billions of dollars to Intuit as well. With this, I think this is a good time to hand over to talk about more about our innovation, and I'm going to invite Madhu to talk about that.
Thank you, Raman. So we achieved all this throughout this duration of journey of desktop through innovation. Innovation is not choice for us in desktop, it is in our DNA. QuickBooks was born in the era of DOS, and we are still thriving. We are being much loved by our customer. It is because of our ability to innovate at scale. Now I'll demonstrate the innovation at play in QuickBooks Desktop via 3 features. We want to reach a stage where customers of desktop don't have to enter data in QuickBooks at all. We use artificial intelligence and deliver the benefits which the customers are looking for. One such feature which we launched recently is receipt capture. Who would have thought that desktop will come up with a mobile app? Users now just have to take an image of a receipt and desktop will take over and do all the work for them. We'll get all the relevant data and keep their books in order. Through this feature, we are not only saving time for our customers, but we are also putting more money in their pocket by saving the tax dollars. For a mature product like desktop, it is not just cutting edge features that engage customers, but we also need continuous improvements on the baseline features, the features which are much used, more used by the customers. We understand completely that yesterday's vows becomes today's table stake and sometimes pain. So our desktop team went through a journey of 3 years just to identify what are the top pain points for our customers through the entire product, and they were on the top of eliminating each and every one of them. In the last 3 years, we have reduced around 500K customer calls, and in turn improved the NPS. 2020 was a year where being innovative and agile was all the very important. Our customers, small business owners were struggling. They were in severe cash crunch. Few had shut down the operations temporarily. Some business had to reduce staff. They needed capital quickly to stay afloat. The entire Intuit org came together to solve this problem for our customers. There were like around 500 folks on the Slack channel, from CEO to engineers to customer success to marketing. Everyone was there just to solve this problem for our customers, how to give them access to cash quickly. We launched QuickBooks Capital, and it in turn helped 15K desktop customers to stay alive during and to stay afloat during this pandemic. Now I will invite Muthu, who will help us. How do we understand? How do we do this innovation?
Thank you, Madhu. Yeah, so we saw three case in point. The recent examples of how we are continuously innovating, and the process behind the secret recipe for us to do all of that is what we call as the design for delight. So here I give you the full picture of what we are following. You can see, for example, can you? Yeah. Yeah, you can see, for example, here, everything starts with the customer. We always believe in being grounded with the customers, being our advocate for the customers, not just the product management org. This is a given for all employees at Intuit, and we have, templatized that process, that there is a portal, and everyone actually can go and register that this is a segment of customers that they want to interact with, and they can get a call on with the customers. They don't have to run around. We have a specific team which can enable it for any Intuit employee, right? So from there, we go on to framing the customer problems, an important, real, unsolved problems, which we and our partners can together solve and make a difference for our customers, wherein which we always arrive at multiple ways of solving these problems, going broad before we tend to go narrow to select one thing that we can really solve well. And when we do that, we look at the assumptions behind these problems, the solutions that we have picked up, specifically the leap of faith assumptions, which is very important for us to test it out in the market. And you have seen the rich history of how desktop has evolved and the technology stack that it has over the period of years, right? And we have still made sure that we evolve the technology with it so that we are able to do rapid experiments. Any feature that you have just now seen, the three cases that we discussed, or any features that we develop, for example, always go through rapid experiments. This is enabled by multiple releases.
Sir,
we have
last 1
across,
minute, sir.
Yeah, we have across the the whole desktop life cycle. For example, we can move on. Yeah, so we always believe in going and meeting customers where they are, but in specific to this year, we have multiple other ways of interacting with our customers as well. As we go further, there are different channels of how we interact with, like how customer care inputs. Customer care team is always part of all the major decisions that we take in terms of forming, when we take any initiative. For example, how we constantly stay in touch with our accountants and influencers, how we go for the customer councils. There are multiple ways of, and specifically the product alpha and beta releases that we do to get real feedback from the customers before we actually go live. That is also part of our multiple releases that I mentioned. So going further, to summarize, Yeah, so this is the overall process of how things come together with a specific zoom on planning area, for example, like how the different channels that we mentioned come together to form our strategic inputs, right from our leadership to all the way to the different teams involved in the process, allowing us to continuously innovate creatively and deliver best-in-class features to our customers. Yeah.
Cool. Thanks, Muthu. So I'll keep this very short. What keeps us energized and powers us to continuously to push the boundaries is what is when our customers acknowledge the work that we do, right? And we have hundreds of customer verbatims, videos, testimonials, everything to show, but we don't have the time. So we picked two that really speaks to the essence of what we're doing here at Quickbooks Desktop. So when our customers tell us that the automated business solutions that we provide to them is actually helping them get back time and they can spend it where it matters, whether be it business or family, there can't be a bigger testimony to what we do. Also, not only just our customers, but when accountants tell us that we are saving time for them, and saving time for accountants means they're going to make a lot of money, so that we know that we are heading in the right direction with this product. Now, with all that you have heard, this kind of a product requires a powerhouse of a team to deliver for our customers. The QuickBooks Desktop team is organized by having both design and product under the same umbrella. This helps us bringing in two functions who are customer obsessed in their own right to work together and find the right customer problems to solve. Not only does this team have talented PMs and designers, we also have design researchers who help us stay on course with the problem we want to solve, content designers who help us communicate to our users in the right way, and product analysts who help us make data-backed decisions. This coexistence structure sets the team up for success in finding the right customer problem to solve and also solve it the right way. We at QuickBooks Desktop believe that by innovating using design for delight and doing right by our customers, we continuously deliver against Intuit's mission of powering prosperity around the world. Thank you, and we are open for questions.
All right, so thank you, QuickBooks Desktop team. Yes, still fresh, 30-year-old product and lots of exciting stuff, as Raman said. Any questions?
I guess we made it pretty clear.
You saved a few minutes for us. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, hi, wonderful presentation. Congratulations for making this finally. So my question is on the virtual customer conversations, right? Because I think Nitiraj was mentioning about some techniques where they wanted to interact with customers because with COVID, it's all virtual, right? So what are those techniques and how did you actually effectively implement them? Because we see the challenges, even when we directly talk to the customers, it's really difficult to get some of the information from them, right? So how did you make sure this virtual conversation works well for you?
Yeah, that's an excellent question, and I'll take a stab at it, and I'll team join in. And I think this goes back to like how do we build empathy, especially when in times when our customers are actually so remote, and that's by design right now for us, right? Building remote customer empathy itself is the core and of our D4D as well. We obviously going into that environment gives us the maximum output, but we have also created forums on top of it to allow us inputs from the customers, whether these are monthly alphas and betas forums that allow us to talk to customers, whether these are ongoing customer connect sessions that we can just schedule with a click of a button, really, and reach out to customers, whether it is talking to customer success, whether it is listening into the recordings when people call in, are some of the ways in which we really reach out to customers and listen into that. But team, feel free to add. You're also involved.
Yeah, that covered, Raman. Just also one thing to highlight is that this specific time also opened up another important opportunity because customers now, we see a lot of digital participation from our customers, more than the number of customers that we could engage in the past by going over in person. Now we see more number of people participating in our surveys, more number of customers open to participate in our calls. Every product manager in an average, every second week, we have multiple calls with our customers, and our customers are open to spend their time now, digitally, because, they are not traveling to a place, they are able to spend that time. So we share the screens with them, we give a sort of a case, we give the mock-ups to validate with them, and combined with in-product analytics that we have, gives us the insights that we are looking for.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's great to hear that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, thank you, Intuit Desktop. All the best. And Kotresh, the next team.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Sir, the next team is SAP IoT Analytics Service.
All right, SAP. Pavan Kumar.
Yeah. Okay. Arun, do you want to get into presentation mode? Yeah. Hi, everyone.
Yes,
welcome to the SPM Summit, this year's edition. Yeah, let's go to the next one, Arun. My name is PVN Pavan Kumar, shortly PVN. I'm part of IoT product management at SAP. Along with me, Arun Venkatesh is one of the key product manager in the same organization. And he's an Carnegie Mellon alumni, worked in US, and then joined us a few years back supporting on this mission. Yeah. So we'll move on to the next one. Yeah. So what are we going to cover today? Primarily, we wanted to cover three aspects. One is the context setting itself. What is this SAP Internet of Things Analytics Service application as such, or a product as such? And then what kind of approach we took to release the software, right? And finally, what we did do to acquire the customers and then increase the adoption. These are the three topics which we wanted to cover as quickly as possible in maybe 10 to 15 minutes. Yeah. Moving on, or do you want to talk about it? Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, PVN. And firstly, I would like to thank the organizers for this opportunity to be here. And thank you, Pawan, for setting it up. Like any other product development or product that is built, we started off with a customer problem. And if you know anything about SAP, you know that they are leaders in the business processes, right? The market leaders in the business processes. And then from a customer's point of view, they have IoT, that is, they have sensors or they have devices that are sending in data. They have the business systems, that is, they have the ERP and the CRMs and so on, and they also have analytics. Now, how do they bring all of this together? This was the core customer problem that we started off with. And what we did in this overall journey of providing analytics to customers is that we take the sensor data, we add business context to it, and that kind of generates the contextualized IoT data, which can then be consumed by the customers for different use cases, whether it's very advanced use cases such as, in rules or predictive analytics and so on, or just dashboarding and machine learning models and so on. And to give you an example of what I really mean over here, let's take the example of maybe a company like a beverage manufacturer like Coca-Cola or a company like Big Baskets. They have their coolers which are kept in different places, whether it's in supermarkets or in apartments or so on. And then each item in that needs to, then first of all needs to be stock of items in them, and also they need to be maintained at a particular temperature. Now, just with sensor data, I probably only know the temperature, but I don't know where that cooler exactly belongs and which material does it contain, what is the optimal operational parameters that it needs to be maintained at. That is where the business context comes in, where we can identify things that, hey, this particular cooler contains some consumable material which needs to be stored at 5 degrees, and the stock of it is X. So that is what really I mean by the contextualized business data, which then enables businesses to make business decision. So overall, this is what we started off with, or the business problem, and what we aim to achieve. From a data flow point of view, how this works is we again have, going back to the cooler example, we have the cooler which senses different things, whether the door is open or not, the temperature, the stock inside, and so on, the location, and so on. And then it then sends the data to the cloud. So this is what we have as the ingestion of the raw data. After the IoT has the raw data, then we bring in the business context to it, or and we generate the contextualized aggregates. I mean, just a representation on the screen over here, we have the context added in the colors next to the contextualized aggregates. And these contextualized IoT data is then exposed via different ways for analytics and applications. For the homegrown analytics solution of SAP, that is the SAP Analytics Cloud, we have a live connectivity option where any of the dashboards, any of the KPIs, the metrics that are configured by customers, they can be live. I mean, the data is updated live without them having to refresh anything or replicate any data or so on. But we also, for any other kind of consumption scenarios, we provide a API with streaming capabilities so that they can build custom applications. We are also thinking about providing this via message brokers. This is looking at how the industry is using it, how different businesses are using it, and monitoring the scale. We see that there is a need for having a more scalable solution than just an API. And that's where we are thinking about some solutions like the message broker to provide this kind of data to businesses so that they can build their own applications. So overall, that was the data flow. Now, going to the personas who would actually be using this, the firstly, it will be the business users. Their users such as maybe in different scenarios, it can be different people. You have sales managers. If I go back to the cooler example, or if it's a manufacturing example, it can be a shop floor supervisor or anyone else who uses these analytics. There are people who know what they need from their business side, and then they provide these requirements to the particular to be implemented, right? So they give the requirements. Now, these requirements are generally collected by an application consultant. There are basically system integrators who translate these business requirements into actual actionable configurations or system configurations, right? And an example can be, say, the business user needs to maintain compliance. And in the case of a cooler, a compliance can be a simple thing as the cooler need to be on at all times and it needs to be maintained at a particular temperature. So they then translate it to telling from IoT, we need the properties of temperature and the power state, and from the business data they need information about the business partner and the location to build analytics. So that is an example of what an application consultant would do, and they would build the application or analytics based on the business needs. And finally, we have the admin users. Once the application consultant has actually built the analytics or application, the long-term maintenance and improving that over a period of time will be handled by the admin user. This is just to give few examples of how this is really used by the customers and what I really meant by the challenges that they have when customers have data in different sources and they need a single source, maybe of analytics combining all this data. Here are a few customer examples. The first one, I mean, when you receive a parcel from Amazon, it's nicely wrapped in some kind of bubble wraps or some kind of foam. So the first customer is a North American company which actually manufactures machines which provides those, or which basically manufactures those bubble wraps and other filling material which helps keep the items safe. So for them, the business challenge was they have these machines deployed at different locations, and their business partners or their customers, say, just an example, maybe someone like Amazon or Walmart would actually depend on the output of them for their operations, right? So they need to remotely monitor all of them. They need to know what material is at what level at any point of time, and they need to replenish it in a timely manner so that there are no stoppages of business and so on. So that is more from an asset management or asset maintenance point of view. And the next example is also similar, but this is a case of a truck manufacturer, European truck manufacturer, who uses this same to monitor their shot blasting machine,
have
right?
last 1
So,
minute, sir.
okay, sorry. Then maybe I'll skip these use cases and then I'll quickly move on to the release approach what we followed. So the main thing that we really wanted to do was we didn't want to just push it out to the customer and then um, not know how it is going and so on, but we wanted to do it in a phased approach where we wanted to gain the feedback. I mean, we had a business problem and we needed to gain the feedback from the customers on the same. So we went with a early adopter care program. I mean, it's not to be confused with a beta program. This is an enterprise grade solution that was pushed on to the customers to basically gain feedback from them, and then based on their feedback, after gaining X amount or target amount of feedback, we would actually then make it generally available. So this is one practice which really worked for us, and how we went about acquiring the customers, I would let Pawan talk about it.
Yeah, sure. Right. I mean, thank you, Arun. And like Arun mentioned, we followed this early adapter care program wherein we need to go to customers and then say, hey, why don't you join? Why don't you join and leverage this particular product and use it and give us the feedback, right? Now, how do we arrive at that particular customer list? So what we did is the following. So we wanted to ensure customers adopt the product and increase the usage. Not just adoption is good enough, right? I mean, end of the day, they need to use as well. It's not an on-prem where we sell it and then we don't know what they are doing with it. We are in the cloud world where we do a lot of metering. We know how they are using, right? So the objective is to ensure customer uses the software, give us the feedback, and also increase the usage. Now, what did we do? We have list of customers. If I go to SAP customer list, I mean, thousands and thousands of customers are there now. Whom do I tap on? Who can be our target customers, right? So what we did is we defined a criteria, selection criteria. The criteria could be something like, hey, is this a customer, an SAP customer? Or do they have interest on IoT? Did they implemented any IoT projects in the past? Do they have SAP backend? Do they have so and so? And then did they attended any SAP trainings on IoT? Did they have written any blogs? For each of these selection criteria, there are certain points. Not every criteria gets an equal point, but certain weighted points. Okay. Now, with that, every customer will get certain points, right? And based on that, we generate the list of ranked customer list. During the EAC phase, we have gone with the top 20 to 30 customers. And good news is, I mean, we were able to convert all of them to a live customers within the span of these 5 months. And then we announced the general availability. Now we are confident that whatever we generated, I mean, whatever we delivered as part of this product has been very well received. Of course, there are a lot of feedback we got it. I mean, it's not that it's a pixel perfect, right? That's the whole idea of EAC. So we captured everything as well, the feedback. Now, how do we measure this? I mean, if a customer say, hey, I'm going to use it, that's not enough, right? We have kept certain KPIs. Okay, of course, the percentage of target customers contacted is fine. How many customers gave positive response is all fine. But what we did is we kind of seen the metering data and figured out, okay, if a customer started using our software, how much are they using? If they are using a minimum of 10,000 data points from the date of subscription, that's when we call them as a customer adopted the software. I can't simply say if they go and open the software and I can't claim that customer has used our software, right? So I need to keep certain number. So 10,000 data streams is something we kept it. The second point we also kept it is like, while purchasing the license, they must have gone for some subscription. 20% of the subscription quota if they meet.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello? Yeah. So if they meet 20% of the subscribed quota, that's when also we call this customer has adopted our software, right? I mean, these kind of KPIs we have kept, and then we started refining these KPIs as well. Now we go and look at the metering data and figure out if a customer is heavily using then their subscription, then we go and upsell. If someone is not using, then we know there is a problem with the software, then we go for a feedback session, right? If we also trace out that if if they are trying to touch upon based on their analysis, we'll go and do some cross-selling as well by positioning other products as well. This is what we tried doing. Yeah, I'm sorry if I took more time, but yeah, this is what we are.
I think you need to give some time for Q&A. Thank
sure.
you, Arun and PBN. Any questions to the SAP IoT team? Interesting complexity with analytics and IoT thrown in. No questions? All right. Thank you, PBN and Arun, and all the best.
Thank you, sir. It was really pleasure.
Next team,
Thank you.
Sir, next team is API Studio.
Yeah, hi. This is Prasad here from the API Studio team. Let me share my screen.
Welcome, Prasad.
Are you able to see my screen?
Not yet.
Not yet. No? I'm sharing it actually.
Kotesh, if you have it in the repository, can you put it up?
No, I haven't.
No, sir, I haven't got that presentation.
Okay.
Looks like it's coming up.
Can you see the slides?
Yes.
Okay, you're seeing the slide, right? Fueling app modernization. Because I have multiple desktops, so that's why it's a bit confusing.
I thought we are seeing the right ones. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, so just to give an introduction about myself and the company. So I am one of the co-founders of this company called Mesh Dynamics. So we are a very small startup with around 15 people. And two of my co-founders are in the US. So actually the Rahul Lahiri, who is my other co-founder, he's the product management guy. But because of the time zone thing, I will be doing the presentation. My role is more of VP of engineering. And so actually, that's why even the slides, you may see more from the product features point of view. And only after looking at the other presentations, I realized that it should have been slightly different. But I will try to talk to it and maybe answer questions from that point of view. Okay? Yeah. So the goal of our company, our product is to basically enable efficient API development and testing for developers. Okay, so let's go with this. Okay. So if you look at what is happening right today in terms of the trend, so you can see that more and more applications are becoming going with the microservices architecture, which means that there are many different components or services which interact with each other through APIs. So in this example here, you will see that there is an order service and customer service, then the catalog search and so on. And all of these things are interacting with each other through APIs. So basically, there is an explosion in the number of APIs and in the number of components that your application has. But what this entails is that for the developer, this is a major problem because the effort that is needed to develop and test your application now grows super linearly with the number of APIs and the services. The whole application is now much more complex because of all these interactions. So we are trying to, since most of us are from tech background, and so we are trying, as a developer, we have faced these issues. And so that's how we are trying to see how we can make it simpler for the developer to develop and test their applications. So if you look at the testing flow, right, typically there will be 4 stages. The initially is the development stage, the API development stage, followed by once you're satisfied that your own APIs, your own functions are correct, then you do like a service test, which means that the service that you are developing, you want to make sure that it is working correctly. Any APIs that it gets, you are going to give the right response. Then this is followed by component testing, which means your service in relation to the other services that it interacts with. And eventually it will be the end-to-end API testing, which means the whole application, including the UI and all the services. So what is the problem? So currently what happens is, like most of the developers, they focus only on the unit testing because they are the closest to their own software, and so they write the unit test to test their functions. And then there is a QA team which focuses on end-to-end testing. So this middle two components of the service and component testing is sort of a little bit ignored because it takes a lot of effort to actually write all these test cases. And nobody has that much investment. Developers don't have the time to do that, right? But the drawback is that this leads to a lot of bugs and issues that are discovered once later on in the cycle when the product is released. So our idea is that can we reduce the effort to such a level that you can test your product quickly and be sure before you check in your code, be sure that it will work not only as by itself but also in relation to all the other services that it is interacting with. Okay, so this is our product, API Studio. So the main thing is it will learn the API tests and more. So basically, you want to try to minimize or eliminate the manual steps involved in generating the test cases. And how we do that is by observing the usage of the application and the services, collecting the data and learning from that data to generate the tests and logs. And so the use cases are, it will basically three things again in the three stages. One is during the development stage, it helps the developer to quickly develop their application and test with the different services. Then before you actually check in the code, you can run the test and make sure that everything is working fine. And finally, for the QA team, the component testing can also be made very easy without having to write the test cases. So I'm going to go through this a little bit fast so that I can cover more on the product management side towards that. I just put a few slides quickly. So what is different, right? There are a lot of testing products in the market. What is different? So the key differences are that our product is built on observability. What that means is developers don't have to write the test cases. We will generate it automatically based on the data that we capture. And based on that, we also create the mocks. Mocks means that instead of a service, you want to create a mock service, which will pretend that it is a service. So that way, you don't need to have all the services running. Then we also provide visibility for debugging and for efficient root cause analysis through the trace framework that we have. And finally, we have this AI and ML based components, which will automatically learn the more difficult things that are there in writing a test case. For example, you have to figure out as to when a test is successful and when it has failed, right? Based on the differences. So we automatically learn the rules for detecting when a test is successful, and also the dependencies between the different APIs we will learn together. So I'm going to skip this. Yeah. So just at a high level, how this works during the development phase. So this is our tool, API Studio. This is the service under development. So the developer is trying to work on this service. So through the studio, the developer will send requests to the API to their service, and any outgoing calls. Typically, like for example, in this case, the movie info makes outgoing calls to these services. We route it back through our API Studio. So because of that, we capture all the data, so all the requests and responses that are happening in these interactions, and we link it together into this, which we call as a trace. So trace gives a flow of data. So there is an incoming request to movie info service, which in turn is calling all these other services. This kind of trace view, along with the data captured, is not provided by any other testing tool. And this is very helpful in two cases. One is to actually debug your application because you now know the full flow and you can look at the data everywhere. And it also helps in creating very accurate mocks for all these services. So that is one use case. Then the second is like reducing the infrastructure cost, because now we have captured all the data. We don't really need to run the services live, and we can make it mocked. So that actually reduces your cost because you don't need to have these other producer services running in the cluster. And instead, when your service can directly talk to our API Studio, which will talk to our cloud-based mock service. And from your service point of view, it's part of the full I mean, in the full mesh, but actually all the other services are mocked, and we can create very accurate mocks based on the data we have captured. Okay. So I'm going to skip this again. So yeah, this is the service testing. So once we capture the data, this requests and responses can be converted into test cases. And this test cases means that whenever you make any new code change, you will rerun the same request, you will get the responses and you will compare, and you will find out the differences, and based on that decide whether or not your service has succeeded. I mean, your code is correct, right? And only when you are satisfied with that, then you can actually go ahead and check in the code. Okay, so how do we look at test results? So we have a very nice user interface. So like on the left hand side is what is the expected value based on what we have captured earlier. And then right hand side is the new values that we have captured. Like let's say you made some code change, you done the same thing. That is captured on the right hand side. So visually you can see the differences, and then for each of the differences you can visually inspect and see whether or not it's an expected difference or it's actually a problem. And also so some of the things, like for example timestamp, right, these are always expected to be different. So we can configure a rule saying that whenever there is a difference in the timestamp,
sir, last 1 minute, sir.
Okay, don't worry about it, and it's correct. Okay, so I'm going to skip this. So this is the testing. Just wanted to highlight the learning component. So like for example, we have machine learning to sort of learn the dependencies between the APIs. So for example, the first API is producing a certain product, and that some parameter of that is required in the second API. Setting this up manually for a developer is a big challenge, and we do it automatically based on the data captured. The second one is the assertion rule learning, which I talked about. So this is about automatically learning which what kind of differences are okay, and what kind of differences are actually problems. Okay, so just a quick thing on our journey. So we have been around for close to 2 years now. And initially we started with the end-to-end regression test. It's all was based on our own experience and doing a bunch of interviews with potential users. And after the initial product, we talked to many QA teams, and there we got some learning that it's difficult to sell to QA teams which already have invested in certain processes. And so we did a pivot. I mean, we are still pivoted to more of a developer use case, where we catch them early on when they're actually building the service itself. And in terms of how we are prioritizing features is that we work very closely with our initial pilots and customers, and based on their feedback, we sort of keep on improving the product. Once we have the basic framework in place. Okay, so these are just some overview slides in terms of how big the market is. Overall, the testing market is quite big. I mean, in the order of billions of dollars. And yeah, in terms of the go-to-market, I mean, start with a few accounts and try to retain it and slowly grow it over time. And then also reach out through like these channel partners, like all the service providers like Infosys, Persistent, and so on. So that's the sort of the plan. In terms of the features set, like as I said, we started with regression testing tool, but we realized that it's that by itself is not enough, and so we pivoted to developer tool. So we have finished phase 2. Now we are in phase 3, where we are adding certain advanced features like support for gRPC, learning of context propagation and decision rules, and so on. And so yeah, so we're currently in phase 3, and then there are further features that are in the pipeline. Okay, so we have a few. Again, we are very early in the compared to the other presentations I saw earlier. We are a little bit early, but we do have a bunch of pilots with some customers, and some of them are in the pipeline. And also, we are trying to engage with solution partners to reach out to more customers. So that's it. Yeah. So in summary, basically, idea is to make API testing 10x faster with minimal effort from the developer. We want to make the life of developers easy. That's it. Yeah, done. Any questions?
Hey Prasad, this is Raman here. Quick one, if you can help. How do you work on the feedback loops in your organization? You're trying to solve for the developers. How does feedback bake into your product lifecycle management?
Yeah, so see, there are two types of feedback that we are getting. One is like more from the, I mean, when we started the regression testing, right? So that was more from a top-down approach, where we had our deployment engineers work very closely with the potential customers. So that way, because those are more complex setups where we have to handhold them to set up our tool in their cluster and in their framework. So as our solution engineers are working very closely with them, we get continuous feedback in terms of what are the friction points in the deployment, how we could have made it easier, what is causing the delay, what other features they would have liked to see. Right, so that is one channel for customer feedback, and that we give very high priority because we have seen those pain points and actually also seen how we can improve, I mean, specifically asked by the customer. Right? Then the other channel is more like a bottom-up approach, where now we have made our API Studio sort of freely downloadable. So this is like for developers who can just go to our website to try it out for free. They can download it and they can play with it. So this is a different channel, and there, let's say they try it out and then they face certain issues or there are some suggestions. There are channels through which they can send us messages, and we monitor that and act on that. So that's a newer channel, but the more, I mean, the primary channel that we have been working on is with the direct customer engagement through our solution engineers.
Got it. Thanks for the response. Thank you.
Good. Any more questions? Thank you, Prasad. I think that's a great job considering standing in for your colleagues who are in the US, and all the best to you and your team, Prasad.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, so we are to the last team. Kotesh, are we set?
Yes, sir. It is Tango 340B.
All right, so
Yes.
Krunal, I can see, and Abhijit as well as Monte.
Yep.
Special thanks for waking up so early in a different time zone. And, I guess
Glad
it's
to be
too
here.
late for Krunal. So welcome, and over to you guys.
Can you all see my screen?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see your email, not your presentation. There we go.
Oh, excellent. Perfect. So good afternoon, everyone. We are honored to be here. And I quickly introduce the product and the product team. And my name is Abhijit Bendigiri. I'm the product lead at Tango. I'm accompanied by Krunal Patel, who is VP of products at Tango and Medley, and Monte Ruder, who is our head of sales and head of growth, is also accompanying us from North Carolina, US. It's almost around 5 o'clock in the morning, your time, Monty. So thanks for joining us. But we also have Tushar, who is a development manager for Tango, joining us from Pune. This is agenda that we would take you through. We would take you through a journey of how Tango as a product and as a product company and as a product evolved with time. How are we set up today? What are the core product management practices that we're using today to make sure we deliver value back to our customers and value to the business as well? And then we will end up with certain growth trajectories, projections, and certain innovation practices that we are doing inside Tango right now. So with that, I'll hand it over to Kunal, KP, over to you.
Thanks, Abhijit. And thanks ISPM for organizing this. I'll quickly let everyone know about who we are, what we do, and how we started. We are essentially a healthcare solutions company and a third-party administrator in a 340B program. 340B program was started by US government back in '92, especially to help vulnerable and uninsured patients to gain better access to prescription medicines. Under this program, if I say high level, covered entities, hospitals, and health centers who are eligible or who are serving these uninsured patients are eligible to get discounted drugs from manufacturers, and in turn, the savings which they make out of this, they will use it to service these patients. So we are a mission-centric organization focused exclusively on serving organizations which provide care to vulnerable patient population. We work with covered entities to help them set up, manage, and administer their 340B program.
and increase their savings through this program. Essentially, this savings, they use it to service these patients. Tango 340B is a pretty young company, and it is a sister concern of Medley, which is a full service digital pharmacy that offers free same-day prescription delivery based in US. Next slide, please. And I don't want to go into detail of our mission and vision, but as you can see, our mission revolves around expanding access to care. That is how we started Tango. How can we expand this access to care where underprivileged patients can afford medicines? Yeah. Next slide, please. How we started. So as I said, we started Medley essentially back in 2017 in order to serve patients, and we essentially started as a pharmacy. So we are already participating in 340B program, but we were participating as a contracted pharmacy, and we were using third-party administrator, other third-party administrators. And we often, would get into this administration issues or compliance issues because of different TPAs. And that would ultimately affect the covered entities and their savings. And that's where we actually saw the opportunity in this space. And that's where we started Tango 340B back in April 2019, and to become a third-party administrator in the whole 340B program. We started building the product. We started as a product company, and started in 29 with 6 people team, 1 PM, 4 engineers, 2 SMEs based in US. Of course, at that point in time, everyone was wearing different hats. And from there till now, just within 2 short years, we have grown rapidly, and we are roughly around 60 plus people, including now, of course, dedicated sales, marketing, and ops teams. Moving on. Yep. So what we do, we started as a 340B third-party administrator. So we are essentially full service TPA solutions. Whatever needed to be done in order to manage or administer the program, we have it. We have everything under our offering. But while we were doing that, within I think nearly 1 year or so, we realized that these hospitals, these covered entities, they would make more savings or they'll profit more if they have their in-house pharmacy. So we started looking at more blue ocean sort of a strategy. We started other offerings around, in-house pharmacies. And recently, within couple of months back, we realized that they can even, increase more savings if we help them with some specialty telehealth solutions. Sometimes patient goes to hospitals and those hospitals do not have specialty doctors to treat them. So with this specialty telehealth solutions, they'll be able to sort of help them out. So that is our latest offering. Even though we started as 340B, we currently have offerings into this three categories. I don't want to get into details of this, but I'm happy to sort of talk about any of this in the end, and I'll quickly pass it on to Abhijit to talk more about the practices which we follow at Tango.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Kunal. So we have value is everything at the core of everything that we do. And how do we deliver value through product management organizations participation? But something that we were thinking about for some time. And here we are using ISPMA reference architecture, version 2, which I have put in out here, wherein you see that most of which is good to see that the product strategy and product planning are the verticals or the categories which are essentially direct responsibilities of a software product manager. We have the high involvement of SPMs out here in Tango, but it's also encouraging and good to see that some of the strategic management activities wherein the product manager is also getting involved with the executive leadership team or corporate team. But at the same time, different other business units like development, marketing, sales, and service, the SPM is also participating in terms of orchestration activities, making sure that all these orchestration activities are currently mapping to the product strategy and product planning. So, we're moving from a partially defined kind of a a product maturity index to an optimized product maturity index using the ISPMA framework. And we are revisiting this every quarter. So probably if we talk after 3 months or 6 months from today, you would see completely kind of a lot of different changes into this heat map for TANGO SPM involvement in different activities as well. Once we have defined the company vision, we have defined the company mission. The product vision is one of the important aspects of before even we start doing anything, right? So how do we do that? So what we have done is, again, we have borrowed the recommended structure, which ISPMA refers, wherein the problem statement talks about certain structured approach, the problem of it talks about certain users and user personas, what is the impact of it, the successful solution, what it would look like. We've gone through that, we have created that, and then the successful solution, we zoom that in a little further, and then we created our positioning or the product vision kind of a statement, which talks about 4 covered entities participating in 340B program. And we actually created certain product features, offerings, which are very much essentially differentiator from whatever the customers were doing earlier, and even what our competitors are offering. So taking in from the corporate vision or the company vision, we have arrived into the product vision. It's SPM's responsibility for us. The product definition is also very important, and I'll talk about the lean canvas in the next slide as well, because what we want is our SPM, whenever he goes or she goes into any specific meeting, meets with any specific individual from any of the stakeholders, these two one-page artifacts are always with him or her, which would help him or her answer questions like what product you're building and what are the certain what are certain attributes of the product that you're building, right? So what we did is we have taken the positioning, the product vision statement, and we have converted it into multiple different scope to ensure that what the product is and what the product is not over a strategic time frame. Again, this is an evolving and living document. So we generally kind of go through this every quarter, and we have made this ready for at least the next couple of quarters for us. Lean Canvas is a very strong, very essential artifact that we're using, wherein the problem that we're trying to solve, what are the customer segments that we're targeting, the solution, what is the value proposition, we all know what are our unfair advantages, but more importantly, what are the key metrics that we're targeting for our customers and for our business as well, what channels that we're using to reach to our customers, what is a cost structure, what is a revenue structure, which keeps all of us aligned on the same page, including all the internal and external stakeholders for our organization. And at the same time, this becomes the core responsibility of the product manager, not just to create this lean canvas by collaborating with multiple different stakeholders, but at the same time, publish it and communicate it to all the other stakeholders in form of the artifact, in form of the roadmap or different other documentations that he or she is working on. We're not working in silo. We are working, we understand that there are multiple different other entities working alongside with this to generate that value, to give that value back to the users and give that value back to the buyers whom we are catering the business to. So we studied the key players in the software ecosystem management. And what we realized that we are in the dominant or a niche player category today, but all our activities and efforts are towards moving from dominant and niche player to the keystone player. Now our product TANGO 340B works as a middle layer, as Kunal explained, between and it used to connect the covered entity, pharmacy, and wholesaler businesses together and make sure that all three of them generate value and generate business and revenue out of our middle layer operations to them. The two players like the covered entity and the relay health, from where we are getting the data, the switch data, are the keystone players for us because we completely rely on them on the data processing activities. But as I said, I mean, we are moving towards the keystone player activities, and I'll talk about that when we go to the next slide in terms of how we're moving from product-centric to the market-centric organization. Again, won't go very deep into this. This is the customer journey that we, again, go back on a regular basis to find out. The SPM works with, again, sales, marketing, the implementation team, the onboarding team, the support team, to make sure this is all in place, and what are the friction points, what are the engagement points that the SPM needs to go back and work with the customer, work with the engineering team to actually come back with certain solutions to improve those activities and make sure that our LTV of the customer increases over a period of time during the contractual agreement that we have. We again, in the ecosystem management, we just, as I said, we don't work in silo. There are a lot of competitors who are working alongside us. There is a big competition in 340B program that we have. We SPM work with the marketing team, including research team, to define the competitive landscape, and we study some of these competitors who are direct competitors to us. So what we have done is we have created the primary competitors and secondary competitors for us. Going a level beyond, what we have done also is we have tried to convert the entire ecosystem into POTUS FIFOs and convert the competitive landscape into SWOT analysis. So it's again uh, for us to understand where exactly we fall in that ecosystem, and how do we define a product strategy and even organization strategy to build that competitive advantage. We know what our strengths are, we know what our opportunities are, but we are working towards getting those weaknesses into strengths as well. So this is again done on a regular basis as well with the SPM's involvement. This is very interesting, product pricing. We, as Kunal said, we're kind of pretty new to the market. So we started off with competitive based pricing to begin with, to make sure that we don't kind of completely change the structure of pricing for being the new player in the competitive landscape. So we started out with the competitive pricing thing, but as of now, what we are also learning, we are using the pricing pyramid to make sure that value again is the foundation of that, and how we derive that, the price structure, the fences, controls, and how we can derive the exact price, the value that has been assumed and kind of perceived by the customer, right? But as of now, we have two different components of the price: dispensing fee and the admin or management fee. We are charging our customers, we're charging our users and buyers based on the revenue that they generate. So if they're generating revenue per prescription, only then for that specific prescription, we're taking certain revenue out of that, either whether it's a percentage based or whether it's a static price based. It's something that we work on, but SPM again works with the sales team to define these pricing metrics as well for us. This is again at a pretty high level. We, based on the product definition and objectives, we define the product OKRs and the product roadmap. We have included certain value differentiators every quarter. We have included quality requirements into our sprint planning as well. But what we do is we take the product OKRs and convert those into 3 months, 6 months roadmaps. So currently we have internal 6 months roadmap, which is a fine grained kind of a feature level details, but external roadmap, which is around 9 months to 1 year kind of a roadmap from today, and which is kind of based on theme, which is at a pretty coarse grained kind of a roadmap, which we have right now. Requirements engineering management is very, very important activity and responsibility of a product manager. We have, again, borrowed certain recommended practices through the ISPMA, wherein we started with elicitation, we do the triaging, analysis, selection, and validation. We do a lot of prioritization in between in order to ensure that we are working on the most meaningful requirements and valuable requirements, and whatever requirements that are not getting the weightage from multiple different stakeholders or from the customers, we're discarding those, or we are adding that to a backlog, which we would tackle in the next few months or next few sprints as well. Release planning, we on the left hand side, as you could see, we know that we are in the speedboat cruise ship kind of a product scenario, wherein we are an existing product, but we are somewhere in between vendor control and customer control runtime environment. So we have cycles of frequent small releases and infrequent big releases. But at the same time, we use CI/CD deployments, and then for release cycles, we use certain prioritization techniques like RISE. Sometimes we use Kano and Moscow prioritization techniques as well. On left hand side, you could see certain tools that we use for documentation purposes for internal and external usage. And this was the slide which I was talking about. Again, won't go very deep into that. We started off with the product-centric organization in mind, wherein we have certain evangelists or visionaries customers with us, and we had certain objectives when we started off with that. But now, majority of our activities and objectives are moving from a product-centric to a market-centric thing, wherein how we can support multiple EHR systems, how we can support multiple pharmacy systems, what can be considered as the de facto standard in the industry, the quality of support, wherein how less support can be required by the customers when the customers actually start using our product. The product is in the growth phase, and this is what the cycle that we're using from the concept creation to testing to market introduction and to the growth. And then whenever any new feature or extending functionality comes in, before we introduce to the market, we do the deep validation cycles, even with the customers, with their internal and external stakeholders as well. And this is my last slide before I hand it over to Monty. There are certain orchestration challenges. So different teams have different incentives, and incentives not in just in terms of money, but their working styles. And sometimes we work in silo, and it's not just for Tango. Everybody, we have observed that for a lot of other companies as well. And cooperation is a challenge, and also is an opportunity for us. So there are 4 major risks which we generally consider even before we get deep into the development part of it. So value risk, whether whatever I'm creating or generating is valuable to the customers, whether I could produce that or not, or manufacture that or not. Usability, whether whatever I'm doing is usable to the customers and the users. Feasibility with the engineering team, whatever tech stack that we have, the infrastructure that we have, is it feasible to produce right now? And the viability, how we all as stakeholders are aligned to whatever product that we're building, right? And there are multiple orchestration hats and types that our SPM uses by working with different other stakeholders or different other business units for product building. Are we there? Are we completely matured in terms of software product management practices? No, we are moving there fast, but we also know that we haven't done a few things. And what are those things? I've just written down 3 things out here, which are planned for next 1 quarter. We want to use value canvas, which we haven't extensively used right now. This we sure that would help us target the right problems for the customer segments. It would also help us to do certain value differentiator and delighter products for Tango offerings. Cost value map prioritization, it's very, very important scientific method, which we are learning and which we're introducing again into the Tango product prioritization. And core analysis of the competitive force or core analysis of the market. We are using Porter's 5 forces, we're using SWOT, but we also want to use petal diagram, which would actually give us a better understanding of the ecosystem to position our products in the applicable markets. So with that, I'll hand it over to Monty to just take us through some growth trajectory and innovation things that we're doing.
Good morning and good afternoon and good evening, everyone. So an essential component of our success at Tango is we have this culture of collaboration and alignment from product management to our sales and marketing and our go-to-market launch and growth phase. And it's really helped us launch Tango and our product. Since July of 2020, some of our key results, we have 6 live health system customers, and we have strong interest and engagement from and have built a pipeline that it's going to result in growth throughout 2021 and beyond. There are subject matter experts in the 340B space that are endorsing us, that are coming to us, that see that our approach to the market, they want to be a part of our organization. And then we've established internal and external channel partnerships that is extending our footprint and our growth. We have aggressive projections for 2021 and beyond. We are going to add 75 net new customers in 2021, and we have the pipeline to support that already. And we're just now sitting in Q1. From an innovation standpoint, what's one of the most exciting offerings that we are offering and we are launching is a specialty telehealth model. In the world of COVID, where patients cannot get to see their doctor, they can't travel or it's unsafe to do so, this telehealth specialty model allows patients to go see a specialist, get the care they need, get the medications they need to improve their overall quality of life and healthcare. So what's resulted is we are establishing Tango 340B as that innovative flagship healthcare solutions company in the United States and beyond. We're happy to be a part of this organization, and I'll open it up to Q&A for the team.
Thank you.
Good, exciting, and hopefully lots of questions for you guys. We have a lot of time still before the coffee break, so feel free to ask questions. First to the team which completed latest, and then afterwards the rest of the team are around in case if we need to have interaction. But first to Tango 340B. Yep. Yes, Mati, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for questions.
Okay.
So thanks for a nice presentation, Abhijit and Pranal. I'm Saurabh here, and just wanted to understand. Can you just put a light little on road mapping and the requirement management practices which which you are following at Tango?
Oh, sure. So I'll just take you back to, yeah. So the requirements engineering management is one of the core activities, as I rightly already said, for our SPM. And we are making sure we are involving all the important stakeholders who can influence our product to build that value across, right? So elicitation, so this is the methodology or the framework that we're using. We're using certain elicitation. We have global idea sheet, request sheet, and every week we are meeting, different stakeholders are meeting through idea casting meets. And what we're doing out there in the triage, we are seeing that are the requirements or the requests that are coming in, how many of those are generalized requirements which would be applicable for all my customers, all my users, and how many of those are actually pointing or mapping to my product strategy and product OKRs, right? And if the requirement falls into that bucket, we're doing certain Moscow analysis. I mean, which of these are must have, should have for next 3 months? That's it. We think about 3 months, and then we pick that again. We do one more level of prioritization using weighted scoring, and we use Pareto principle. Like we pick top 20-25%, and then we start doing certain initial further analysis, deep dive analysis of those through prototypes or deep dive analysis with the customers, create certain goals document out of that. Then once that is done, we put that into the release planning, and then once that requirement is released, we kind of monitor that through feedback cycles and certain analytics mechanism as well. But once that is ready, not once that is ready, but once the OKRs are in place, that's what we have. We also work on the roadmap planning, and generally, I don't have that slide put in here, but we want to get into a practice of layered roadmap, wherein we're talking about the essential layers of product, market, and technology, and how all these layers are actually delivering value back to my customers and to my business as well. But as of now, what we're doing is we are doing 6 months roadmap. The 6 months or the 3 months roadmap that we have is very much fine-grained with feature level activities. But beyond that, that's just a wish list. And then for external roadmap, which is ideally given out to the external partners or the customers through sales or marketing if required, that is at a pretty high level theme-based roadmap that we have. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Thanks very much, Abhijit, for that.
Thank you.
Hey Abhijit, Trisha here. One question for you. Really very good presentation. I can see a lot of good practices are actually established here. So my question is around, because when we are in the early stage of this product evolution, right? So because each and every customer, we feel that very important, correct? And the requirements which are coming from the customers, some can be very customized to them, may not be a generic feature or generic product we cannot apply. So it's a very tough decision, right? Because that customer is also important in the initial stages. At the same time, whether you want to actually have that customized feature at that point in time or not, right? So how did you handle those kind of situations? And what was your method to allow the level of customization for your product?
Yeah, so thanks. Great question, and something that we are working on still.
Oops. Welcome back, Abhijit.
Abhijit, I think we lost you.
That as you could see, we want to promote configuration, not customization. Wherever possible, we are going back to the request thing, talking something about the workarounds, any kind of a configuration that we could provide. We have regular calls like monthly calls with our different customers, and sometimes even weekly calls. We kind of promote this and ask them whether this has been requested by somebody else. Would you be interested in that? So we also find their acceptance, whether they are interested in that. And most of the times what we're trying to do is we're converting the customization requests into configuration requests, that what that's what we kind of promoting. But of course, we still have certain customized offerings that we have. But again, we are moving fast forward in terms of configuration part.
So thank you so much, Abhijit. Yeah.
Thank you.
Abhijit, Karthik here. Great session. Could you please touch upon your market segment you're catering to, and a little bit on your persona? Who are all your personas part of who are consuming your product?
Krunal, Monty, would you like to take that, or you?
Yeah, I can talk about personas, and probably Monty can give more ideas about market as well. So for us, this product is being used by covered entities, which is hospitals or health centers, on the one side of things. Other party or the users for this application is pharmacies or the contracted pharmacies, and then the 340B administrators, which are actually TANGO administrators, right? So in terms of personas, these are the three main individual users of our applications. And typically in the covered entity or the hospital space, because 340B is quite a big program, and the hospitals which are participating in 340B program would typically have a 340B coordinator inside the hospital. So even though hospital as a whole, can access, but very specific, user is our 340B coordinator from covered entity side. And similarly, you might have 340B coordinator on the pharmacy side as well, right? So these are at very, very high level, the personas or the users.
And just
from
to
a
add to that, sorry.
the TAM. So there's the total available market in the U.S. is $35 billion. Is the total available the market potential, and if you throw in the telehealth component and the potential savings there, it's north of $100 billion. So whether it's a health system, a hospital, a federally qualified health center, a critical access hospital, or Ryan White, whatever type of covered entity, when you add just those two components together, it's north of $100 billion is the total available market.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just to add to what Krunal just mentioned, Karthik, we are a B2B company, so we have two sets of customers. One is our users, and one is the buyers, right? So whenever we even pre-sales, post-sales, post-implementation, we work with both of them equally well to understand, because the requirements are different, right? So the buyers would need the returns on investment. They're looking out for ROIs, but the users would need the usefulness and the usability of your product. So we are equally kind of associated with both of them to make sure we keep both of them happy as far as possible.
Thanks, Abhijit.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, so let me once again congratulate all the finalists for the podium finish. In fact, I would like to add that tomorrow we have the award ceremony wherein all the finalists would get to be there on the virtual podium, so as to receive the winner or finalist trophy. Of course, we would ship the trophies. We will not be able to give it through. But, in fact, more importantly, I would, on behalf of the jury, I would like to thank all of the teams for, first of all, taking the time out to apply for these awards and, going through the rigorous process of evaluation, which involved lots of clarifications, and they were interview process. You all spent time at odd hours and then gave a lot more information, while we all soaked in a lot of it, and then the result has gone into that. But you all have really taken this commitment to share the best practices to the community extremely seriously, particularly folks like Monte, who's woke up so early in the morning, and I'm sure Kunal, it must be late for you in Sydney, but that's what it is. Ultimately the whole passion and purpose of this event is to build the community so we can learn. No one single professor would have all the answers, so we all learn each other the best practices. I'm glad all of you have done a wonderful job in preparing for this and sharing these best practices. So thank you once again for that wonderful presentations and insights. And I wish you all the best for tomorrow's event. And please make sure you are all there with your senior folks in the award session, because we would have a couple of minutes for you to share your what you say, the messages as well as finalists as well as winners. And your messages are important for the larger community at the plenary, so that they get to know what the winners and finalists are made of, so that we build more competition for the awards in the future years. Thanks again, and have a wonderful evening and morning, day, evening. Good night. Bye.
Thanks,
Thank you so
Hara.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Blessed day. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.